years, the hydrological unit of the Dominica Meteorological Service has been actively engaged in collecting river measurement data. That's right. In addition to providing and compiling weather data to ensure safe air navigation, we've been closely monitoring our rivers. Why, you ask? Because understanding our rivers is just as important as understanding our skies. Hydrology is the science of water. It focuses on how water moves both on the surface and on the ground, and how it interacts with the environment. Water is one of the Earth's most valuable resources, and hydrology helps us understand and manage it effectively. But it's not just about where the water is. Hydrology is also about how water affects us, our homes, our activities, and even our safety. It plays a key role in monitoring water availability, water quality, and the challenges faced in managing this essential resource. Water is essential to life. We use it every day for drinking, farming, and even to generate power. But to manage this vital resource, we need accurate data. That's where the hydrological unit comes in. Currently, the hydrological unit of the Met Service monitors 17 rivers for stream flow data. These rivers were selected based on their economic importance and their impact on nearby communities. Let's take a look. The Bury River, the Belfast River, the Concord River, the Colliho River, the Coolibistry River, the Emsall River, the Hampstead River, the Londonderry River, the Melville Hall River, the Macushri River, the Picard River, the Dubla River, the Layou River, the Springfield River, the Castlebruce River, the Rosalie River, and the Indian River. Each river is visited once a month, and the team engages in both manual and instrument measurements. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on how these measurements are done.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service, follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met, add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
Hello again, and greetings to you from the Dominica Meteorological Service. In a previous video, we would have outlined the importance of hydrology. In this video, we will be demonstrating how the velocity of a river is measured using the float method. The float method is pretty straightforward and simple. First, we select a relatively straight section of the river and measure a fixed distance along it. Next, we place a floating object, and in this instance, we use a tennis ball. The ball is dropped at the start of the measured distance and allowed to flow freely to the end point of the measured distance. The ball is tracked and timed, and the time it takes to travel the distance is noted. This process is repeated about 10 times. Using a formula, we calculate the velocity of the river. While this may seem basic, this method provides valuable insight into the river's movements and helps validate more advanced measurements. Stream velocity affects both aquatic life and human activities. It shapes habitat diversity, with fast currents supporting certain species while slower waters host different organisms. Velocity also aids in nutrient transport, distributing dissolved oxygen and sustaining the aquatic food web. For humans, it influences navigation by determining safe routes for boats and rafts. Additionally, water management relies on understanding velocity for designing stable structures like dams, bridges, and irrigation systems. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on the other methods used.
Like us on Meteorological Service.
For the past 6 years, the hydrological unit of the Dominica Meteorological Service has been actively engaged in collecting river measurement data. That's right. In addition to providing and compiling weather data to ensure safe air navigation, we've been closely monitoring our rivers. Why, you ask? Because understanding our rivers is just as important as understanding our skies. Hydrology is the science of water. It focuses on how water moves both on the surface and on the ground, and how it interacts with the environment. Water is one of the Earth's most valuable resources, and hydrology helps us understand and manage it effectively. But it's not just about where the water is. Hydrology is also about how water affects us, our homes, our activities, and even our safety. It plays a key role in monitoring water availability, water quality, and the challenges faced in managing this essential resource. Water is essential to life. We use it every day for drinking, farming, and even to generate power. But to manage this vital resource, we need accurate data. That's where the hydrological unit comes in. Currently, the hydrological unit of the Met Service monitors 17 rivers for stream flow data. These rivers were selected based on their economic importance and their impact on nearby communities. Let's take a look. The Bury River, the Belfast River, the Concord River, the Colliho River, the Coolibistry River, the Emsall River, the Hampstead River, the Londonderry River, the Melville Hall River, the Macushri River, the Picard River, the Dubla River, the Layou River, the Springfield River, the Castlebruce River, the Rosalie River, and the Indian River. Each river is visited once a month, and the team engages in both manual and instrument measurements. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on how these measurements are done.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk.
Hello again, and greetings to you from the Dominica Meteorological Service. In a previous video, we would have outlined the importance of hydrology. In this video, we will be demonstrating how the velocity of a river is measured using the float method. The float method is pretty straightforward and simple. First, we select a relatively straight section of the river and measure a fixed distance along it. Next, we place a floating object, and in this instance, we use a tennis ball. The ball is dropped at the start of the measured distance and allowed to flow freely to the end point of the measured distance. The ball is tracked and timed, and the time it takes to travel the distance is noted. This process is repeated about 10 times. Using a formula, we calculate the velocity of the river. While this may seem basic, this method provides valuable insight into the river's movements and helps validate more advanced measurements. Stream velocity affects both aquatic life and human activities. It shapes habitat diversity, with fast currents supporting certain species while slower waters host different organisms. Velocity also aids in nutrient transport, distributing dissolved oxygen and sustaining the aquatic food web. For humans, it influences navigation by determining safe routes for boats and rafts. Additionally, water management relies on understanding velocity for designing stable structures like dams, bridges, and irrigation systems. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on the other methods used.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on
Wellness and Social Services, Ms. Joanne Commodore, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs, Ms. Cyril Lloyd, Senior Administrative Officer, Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs, Ms. Virginie Andre, EU Representative, Dr. Rocher Mahon, Social Scientist at the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, Mr. Aitoma James, Senior Meteorological Officer, participants, media, and those joining us live via live streaming. Good morning, and welcome everyone to Dominica's 4th National Climate Outlook Forum at GMIT, Dominica today, 11th June 2025, under the theme, Strengthening Resilience, Bridging Health and Climate for a Safer Dominica. At this point, we want to welcome the presence of the Lord, and we ask Mrs. Karen Basil Lawrence of the Dominica Med Service to lead us in a word of prayer. Mrs. Lawrence.
Can you join me in singing first? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you. I just want to thank you. I just want to thank you, Lord. Good and gracious God, we thank you for a new day. We thank you for life. We thank you for health. We thank you for bringing us here safely. Thank you for your journey in mercies. Father God, we thank you for this another opportunity where we can expand our knowledge and we can interact and we can plan. Father God, we invite the presence of your Holy Spirit among us here this morning. And we pray, dear God, that whatever is discussed here will be for the greater good of our various ministries and for the country at large. We pray for your special blessings upon those who will be facilitating this session. And we pray at the end of it all, your name will be glorified and our country will be brought to a better level. We pray in no other name than in the name of Jesus Christ, your Son and our Lord. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Lawrence, for that very uplifting word of prayer and short piece of word of song. At this point, we now call on Mr. Aitoma James for the welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Kent Edwards, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services. Ms. Joanne Commodore, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs. Ms. Cyril Lloyd, Senior Administrative Officer in the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs. Dr. Rocher Mahon, Social Scientist, CIMH. Ms. Virginie Andre, EU Representative. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome again, everyone, on behalf of the Dominica Meteorological Service to this year's our 4th National Climate Outlook Forum. The forum has continuously been growing, and it is the hope of the Met Office that this forum will become a cornerstone in the preparedness, in our national preparedness and sector coordination, especially with the changing climate and active wet/hurricane season. Each year, the forum, it provides us with the opportunity for dialogue, to to reflect and to share actions as it relates to policies in climate and how we move our different sectors forward. This year, I would like to again emphasize on the spirit of collaboration for these climate services to really take foot and make impact on our country. We really need to collaborate with the different sectors. The Met Office will always continue to strive to provide the information and the support that we can to the different sectors, but without collaboration, none of this effort will really make much sense. Over the past 3 forums, we have improved our delivery of climate services. We have strengthened our partnerships with especially the Ministry of Health and Agriculture. This partnership will show what happens when climate information is shared and applied proactively to guide policy and planning as an action point. Climate services are more than just forecast. They are a powerful tool to safeguard lives, protect livelihoods, build resilience in vulnerable communities. Examples are early health advisories, water resource planning, and crop scheduling. All of these can be improved and worked upon if we continue to collaborate and work together to create these different climate services, and they can gain or lead our policy decisions to help to really capitalize on what climate change is. As we know that climate change is not always negative, we can also see the positives and gain and plan to be able to capitalize on what happens or what may take place because of climate change. Today, let's reaffirm the responsibility to interpret, apply, communicate climate information in ways that serve our people and our national goals. I wish everyone a productive and engaging forum. Let us aim for a season of readiness, resilience, driven by science, guided by partnership, and united in purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aituma James. We have a slight adjustment in the agenda. At this moment, we will have the open remarks from Ms. Virginia Andre, the EU representative. She will be delivering this address remotely via Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. Hoping that you can hear me well. Perfect. Good morning again, everyone. All protocols being observed, it's both an honor and privilege to join you today on behalf of the European Union. I bring warm greetings from our European Union ambassador to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, Her Excellency Malgorzata Wasilewska, and sincere appreciation for the opportunity to partner with Dominica in this 4th National Vital Forum. Let me begin by commending the government and people of Dominica for their continued leadership in climate resilience. Your commitment to integrating climate information into health and disaster risk planning is an inspiring example for the entire Caribbean region. As we prepare for the 2025 wet and hurricane season, we do so with a deep awareness of the challenges ahead. The increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, from hurricanes to heat waves, serve as stark reminders of the growing impact of climate change, as it has just been said. Dominica, having experienced these impacts firsthand, understands better than most the urgent need for preparedness, accurate forecasting, and cross-sector collaboration. The National Climate Outlook Forum is exactly the kind of platform needed to meet these challenges, bringing together meteorologists, health professionals, disaster managers, and policymakers to share knowledge and develop strategies that protect life and livelihoods. We are particularly encouraged by Dominica's pioneering role as the focus country for health under the intra-ACP CLIMSA program. The launch of the Caribbean and Dominica Health Climate Bulletins is a vital step in providing timely, actionable information on climate-related health risks. These tools empower health workers and decision makers to better prepare and respond, ultimately saving lives. The European Union is proud to support these efforts, which embodies the spirit of regional solidarity and science-based resilience that we must all embrace. Our partnership extends beyond funding. Our commitment is to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dominica and the Caribbean, building capacity, enhancing early warning systems, and fostering multi-sectoral collaboration. Last but not least, on behalf of our ambassador, I want to share with you the excellent perspectives of reinforced collaboration between the Caribbean and the European Union. In the wake of the hurricane season, work is being done as we speak to support the region in boosting forecasting capacities. This is a result of recent discussions between the CARICOM chair and the European Commission president. We wish to reaffirm our commitment of continued support, not only in the face of whatever the upcoming season may bring, but also in your long-term efforts. I think we made it clear that we believe in our partnership, and we want also to take the opportunity to congratulate the Dominica Met Service and CIMH for their leadership. Let today's forum be more than a seasonal briefing. Let it be a renewed pledge for collective action. Together, it's clear that we can face the climate challenges ahead with strength and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Virginie Andre, EU representative. And as she said, we're here today for collective action, for unity, for cross-sector collaboration, which is needed. And thank you for your assurance of your support, Ms. Andre, for long-term efforts. At this point, we have Dr. Roshi Mahone, Social Scientist of CIMH.
Thank you so much, Farah. Honorable Kent Edwards, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services. Ms. Joanne Commodore, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security and Legal Affairs. Ms. Virginie Andre of the EU Delegation for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. And Mr. Itoma James, Senior Meteorological Officer in the Dominica Met Service. Good morning. Colleagues and friends, good morning to you also. Good morning. First, I bring you greetings on behalf of the principal and staff of the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. I want to also thank the European Union through its delegation in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean for its generous financial contribution towards the climate services and related applications, or CLIMSA program, under which this 4th National Climate Outlook Forum is being held. Colleagues, CLIMSA is being implemented in 7 regions of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of countries, with the Caribbean CLIMSA program paying specific attention to providing targeted climate services for the agriculture and food security sector in Guyana, the water sector in Jamaica, and the health sector in Dominica. Climate services enables the development, application, delivery, and uptake of tailored climate information, including recently observed climate conditions and seasonal to sub-seasonal forecasts, to facilitate decision-making to reduce impacts and risks from climate-related conditions and events. The World Meteorological Organization, or the WMO, one of the partner organizations of the CLIMSA program, is dedicated to enhancing data-driven, science-based policymaking and climate risk management in its member states through improved and relevant climate services. And so, to this end, the Caribbean CLIMSA program, led by the WMO designated Caribbean Regional Climate Center, hosted by the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, is supporting science-based policymaking and climate risk management in many sectors, but particularly in the health sector right here in Dominica. And over the next couple years, managing risk from heat stress, from dengue, from Saharan dust, and other air pollutants, among other health risks, through the provision of early warning information, will be significant areas of focus for the Caribbean CLIMSA program here in Dominica. And so, colleagues, as some of you may know, this is in keeping with the United Nations initiative that is called Early Warning for All. This fourth NCOF, or National Climate Outlook Forum, that is focused on the Caribbean wet season and the Caribbean Atlantic hurricane season, is anticipated to be an avenue for dialogue between the staff of the Dominica Meteorological Service, health practitioners, other national stakeholders in climate-sensitive sectors, and regional organizations such as the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, as we all seek to better manage risks in an increasingly variable Caribbean climate during a season that brings a lot of anxiety to a lot of Caribbean people across the region. Of course, one only has to remember the impacts of Hurricane Maria in 2017, as well as Tropical Storm Erica in 2015. Now, CIMH is pleased to support what we hope will be a very fruitful fourth National Climate Outlook Forum here in Dominica, and the collaboration and partnerships that will ensue. And so we wish you every success in your deliberations today. Colleagues, my name is Roshi Mohan, and I was pleased to deliver these remarks on behalf of my boss, Mr. Adrian Trotman, who is the head of the Caribbean Regional Climate Center. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahon, for that overview of the CLIMSA projects around the island, 7 islands to specific, as you mentioned. She reminded us that this is an avenue for dialogue and for us to better manage our risks. At this point, we invite to the podium Honorable Kent Edwards, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services.
Good morning, everyone. Jovan Commodore, PS, Ministry of National Security. Mr. Cyril Lloyd, Mrs. Vinnie G. Andre, E. Representative, Mr. Itoma Thomas, Senior Med Officer. James, Dr. Laura Esprit, Chief Medical Officer, all the medical people, the lady who prayed for us. Morning, everyone. Mrs. Karen Basil Lawrence, right? It is an honor to deliver remarks on the behalf of the Minister for Health, Wellness and Social Services at this important forum. Under the theme, Strengthening Resilience, Bridging Health and Climate for a Safer Dominica. We gather here today just into the second week of the hurricane season to confront one of the most urgent challenges of our times, climate change and its profound impact on the public health in Dominica. As we are all acutely aware, our island nation faces escalating threats from extreme weather events, hurricanes, floods, heat waves, among them. These are not distant threats, they are lived experiences. Climate change is not just an environmental issue, it is one of the greatest public health threats of our time. The memory of recent events vivid and painful. These disasters have endangered lives, overwhelmed health services, and disrupt the very fabric of our communities. Beyond the physical damage, we have seen how climate extremes exacerbates existing social vulnerabilities, displacing families, impacting mental health, and heightening the risk of food insecurity. Yet, despite these challenges, our primary healthcare system has shown remarkable resilience and dedication in addressing the complex health impacts of climate-related events. This forum and the collaboration it represents is an essential step in transforming our systems and cementing our shared vision for a healthier, more resilient Dominica. The Ministry of Health remains steadfast in its commitment to building a robust climate-resilient health system, one that can anticipate, prepare for, and respond to climate-related health risks. As part of its mission, we have undertaken several key initiatives. 13 new health centers have been constructed, including 3 Type 3, capable of offering basic medical specialties and accommodating short-term patients if necessary. 5 of these health centers have been upgraded to smart facilities, integrating technology and sustainable design, including water and energy backup systems to improve service delivery and energy efficiency. We have significantly increased our nursing workforce and expanded the range of specialties among both nursing and medical staff to better meet emerging health challenges. Our immunization programs have been broadened, and we have reinforced the surveillance of communicable diseases through consistent weekly review meetings to ensure timely responses to potential outbreaks. We have enhanced the availability of medical equipment and health technologies within the primary healthcare system and facilities and the Dominica China Friendship Hospital, offering new improved clinical services. An electronic pharmaceutical supplies management system has been introduced to improve the efficiency and accuracy of inventory and distribution. Extensive training has been conducted in health emergency operations, rapid response, and incident command system to strengthen national readiness and resilience. We have developed and enacted new health legislation, including laboratory bill and pharmacy bill, to modernize regulatory frameworks and ensure higher standards in healthcare delivery. These comprehensive efforts reflect our strategic approach in fostering a health system that is not only resilient to climate change, but also responsive to the evolving needs of our population. Our priorities include integrating climate risk to all aspects of health planning and information systems, strengthening early warning systems and surveillance mechanisms, investing in climate-resilient infrastructure, and increasing public awareness around public-related health impacts and prevention strategies. I am particularly pleased at this climate change and health bulletin will be validated during this forum. This bulletin, more than a document, it is a strategic tool that will help embed climate risk into health planning and decision making. It serves as a vehicle to turning knowledge into action and supporting the mainstreaming of climate risk across all sectors and levels. We recognize that addressing the health impacts of climate change requires a coordinated, multi-sectoral approach, bridging health, water, agriculture, disaster management, and beyond. The bulletin will act as a unifying force, aligning these sectors around shared objectives and fostering coordinated, effective response to a climate-induced health risk. This forum is especially timely, as I said before. The work being done here, particularly the climate change and health bulletin, aligns well with our ongoing efforts to develop digital health legislation, implement a health management information system, and enhance management to our public assistance program. These initiatives are grounded, data-driven decision-making, intersectoral collaboration, and development of climate-resilient health and social systems. In our response, we continue to prioritize the most vulnerable children, the elderly, and those living with chronic conditions. Our comprehensive social protection programs are designed to address their needs across all stages of life, including during times of climate-induced hardship. While we are making critical progress, we also continue to call upon our regional partners, international agencies, and civil society to stand with us. Climate change is a global challenge that demands a collective and coordinated response. Only through shared efforts, knowledge, and resources can we protect the health of our people and ensure sustainable development. We are grateful for the support we have received thus far, but much remains to be done. In closing, I underscore the simple truth. Our resilience is only as strong as our actions today. Let us continue to strengthen the bridge between climate and health and build a safer, healthier Dominica for ourselves, our children, and for generations to come. Thank you, and I wish you all the best and productive and impactful forum.
Thank you, Honorable Kent Edwards, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services. As he said, resilience is only as strong as our actions, and thank you for highlighting the actions that the Ministry of Health has taken to be more resilient, including increasing nursing and medical staff, training, increasing surveillance of communicable diseases, and new and improved medical service. And the current theme that is running here again, collective coordinated response. This ends the official welcoming ceremony, and we are going to the meatier part of this event. So we call on Miss Annie Correct Josie from the Dominica Met Service to give the 2024-2025 dry season review. Mrs. Joseph.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I will be presenting on the review of the dry season, which ran from December 2024 to May 2025. So how has the climate impacted us recently? So between December and May, we had quite a few of rainfall events. And so there were numerous landslides, rockfalls, and some flooding reported. So we just have some photos to show. So from December 19th to the 20th of 2024, there were some landslides reported in Pishley, we have some in Soufrière, Rivière-Suric, and Trafalgar. All of these were associated with trough systems that were passing through the area. Flash floods were reported between December 19th and 21st. I hope you can remember some flooding we had in December. Do you remember those floodings? No? Wow.
So we had flooding in Point Michelle. We had it at Old Mill in Cadenfield. That's the airport here at Cadenfield. And also more recent, on May 14th, there were landslides in Thibault. There was some in Calibishi, and then you have the Hampstead crossing being flooded. And on May 18th, we had this event in Calibishi where the entire low-lying community was submerged underwater, right? And then you also had the same day in Dodan, we had some landslides as well. As it relates to brush fires, the Fire and Ambulance Service reported 37 brush fires from January to May. And this chart here records the satellite brush fires, and the blue line here shows the average over the years, and then the red line shows 2025 brush fires. And you can see how it's way below the average, right? And why do you think we had such low brush fires being reported? Yes, we had a lot of rain this season. Also, we were impacted by sargassum. So this is the East Coast in March, where you have all this residual sargassum sitting on shore. And on the West Coast in May, we saw this large amount of sargassum along the West Coast. Record breakers. As we see here, none. This year, the Met Office did not record any record breakers, and I'm talking about our records all the way from 1982 to present, okay? Meaning, and that is for like rainfall and temperatures. Okay, so let's start with some rainfall. So a total from December to May, a total of 767.6 millimeters of rainfall was recorded at Canefield Airport. And based on our climatology, that total was above normal. It was above what we are accustomed of getting. And this chart here shows you the monthly rainfall totals. So if we look at December, just to explain the chart, we have the blue line. This shows, okay, we have what we call thresholds, right? So we have a lower threshold and an upper threshold. Anything that is within these two thresholds, we consider them to be normal. If it is above the blue line, it is above normal. And below the red brown line, it's below normal rainfall or less rainfall than the usual. So the black line here represents our dry season, December to May 2025. And if we start, you can see from January all the way to March, our rainfall totals were above normal at Canefield. And when we get to April, it was within, so it was normal, and it remained normal also for May. So December to March was above normal and normal for April and May. Our longest dry spell, only 10 days long, right? That is consecutive days where your rainfall totals were less than 1 millimeter. And that was in March and April into May. And then the second longest was 9 days, that is December into January, and then 7 days in December. At Douglas Charles, a total of 1,403.9 millimeters of rainfall was recorded, and that station also recorded above normal rainfall totals for the season. And again, we can look at the graph, the black line. In December, it was way above the normal. It came to about normal in January. Back February was above normal. Normal in March and April. And if you look at May, it's all the way up here, way above the usual rainfall. And the longest dry spells recorded at Douglas Charles was 9 days, and that was in March, followed by 4 days in January and April. So this year now shows accumulated rainfall. That is, if you add all the rainfall You start in December, then you add January, you add February, so you accumulate that rainfall total. So for Caneville, this blue shade shows December 2024 to May 2025, and a total of the same 767.6 was showed. And if you compare it to the green, which was last year's dry season, you can see how way above last year, and also the gray, which is your climatology. So our rainfall this year was really out of the usual. And at Douglas Charles, well, you see, it's not even that far compared to Caneville. And this means that we know Douglas Charles is a high rainfall area, right? So you can see it is above normal, but it is not as far away from your normal and not even as far from last year's total as well. Now, I know a lot of you might say, this was a very wet, dry season. Was it the wettest on record? What do we say? What do we think? Okay. So I took the opportunity to do this time series just to show the total rainfall for all our dry seasons that we have on record. Okay? So we start for Caneville from 1982 to 2025. So this is where we are, right here. But it is not the wettest. We have this one here, I think it's 2018. This is 2017. We also have 2013, right? There were 3 other years when the rainfall totals were higher than what we got this year. And at Douglas Charles, same thing. We have 2011. This is 2002. We have 1982 and 1983. Well, both of them, right? They were all higher than what we got this year. Okay, so it just shows that this was not the wettest year, wettest dry season on record. Okay, so this here is our maps showing our rainfall across the island. So we looked at the 2 airports where we have historical data. However, we have just started gathering data from a new network of stations that we have. So for December to February, you can see the rainfall map. And of course, we expect that our freshwater lake area, the interior here, to have our highest amounts of rainfall. And you had about 2,931.8 millimeters recorded at freshwater lake from December to February. On average, the Dominica would have recorded about 1,046.6 millimeters of rainfall, and the lowest was recorded in Salisbury, that is Salisbury Flat, of 189 millimeters. This here looks at March to May, and you can see a difference. You see less green, you don't even see the blues. It means that when we got to March to May, which is the heart of the dry season, there was a reduction in rainfall amounts. However, it was still up there, right? So you have, on average, we got about 606.8. Freshwater Lake still had the highest of 1,425, and Salisbury again had 106.4 millimeters, right? So if you, I know that we know Salisbury. In case you don't know Salisbury, Salisbury is located in this area here, right? Okay, and here now we have the accumulation for the entire dry season, which is from December to May. And we have the wettest stations here, starting with Freshwater Lake, accumulated about 3,721, followed by Boyer Lake, then the Bells Bridge, Cahome, Cochrane, Girodale, and Sunderland. So these are your top stations in terms of rainfall. And most of these stations are located along the interior of the island, in the mountain areas. Now our driest stations, we start with Salisbury at 295.4, followed by Collio, Caneville, Carberets, Botanical Gardens, Scotted, and Rosalie. What do we see about most of the stations there? Where are they located? Which coast? Right. So it shows that our west coast continues to have less rainfall than our east coast or the interior of the island. Okay? Looking at temperature, I went ahead and put last year's own, 2023 to 2024 rate temperature. That is your daytime highs. We start from December and we look at May. Again, your red and your green are your thresholds. So anything within those lines I consider to be normal. Above the red, considered to be warmer than usual. Below the green, cooler than usual. Okay? So this was last year, as in 2023, 2024. See, you're way up there. For those of you who was here last year, or in December, you remember this chart, right? But look at this year in the black. It's way below last year's one. Some of the months, like December and January, they were warmer than usual, and even March. But we had February being slightly cooler, April being cooler, and May being normal. And then the nights, again, same thing. This brown one here was last year's. And our current, and this is nighttime temperatures, we saw that December, January, February were warmer than usual in terms of the nights at Canfield. And March was normal, April was normal. And then we went back out a little bit outside the threshold in May to be a little bit warmer. So it shows that this year's our temperature was not as warm as it was last year. I'm not sure if you all felt it. Was it felt?
Yes. Last year was terrible.
So if we look at Douglas Charles, again, the brown was last year, the black is this year. It is also way below, well, except for December. December was still a bit warmer at Douglas Charles. However, as we got to January, it was still above, but cooler than last year's. February was cooler. March was slightly warmer, and then we went back down to cooler for April and May. The nights, not much that of a variation from last year to this year. However, it was still below that of last year's. Right? It was basically slightly warmer to normal this year. In terms of hot spells, right? So we have at Canfield, a hot day we consider it to be when you have days with your maximum temperature of 32.9 degrees Celsius and warmer. It's considered to be a hot day. So at Canfield, out of the 182 days, only 7 of those days were hot, right? And if you look at the hot spells where you have 2 or more consecutive hot days, we only had 2 spells. And the longest of those were 3 days. The second one was 2 days. Okay? And at Douglas Charles, that hot day is considered at 31.5 degrees Celsius, and there was none. Okay? Okay, so we're looking at some charts which look, this one looks at daily maximum temperatures at Canfield. So this black line here would be your normal or your average. And these ups and downs would be your daily temperatures for this year, from January to June, well, early June, right? So we can see that most of it is a little above, but when you look at the black dotted line here, this is what we call extremely hot day. And we only had about 2 little points above this extremely hot day. So it means that our temperatures were close to normal for this year. And if we look at the nighttime temperatures, again, we had about maybe 1 or 2 nights that was considered to be extremely hot. But other than that, we were about close to your normal, but below your extremely hot nights. Here you're just showing the same maximum temperature for the day. So these gray scribbly lines, this would consider to be your daily normals. The red would be this year's, and it just shows that our variation, like it stayed within the gray variation. So it means that our temperatures were not out of the normal. Okay, and this is your night as well. Right? It stayed within the gray. And this one is Douglas Charles. Again, similar. We were within our normal daily temperatures. And then you have the nights. Again, So generally, we could say that our temperatures this season were not out of the extreme. They were not warmer or even cooler. They were just about the usual for most cases. So how accurate was our forecast? And every time we come, we give you a forecast. But we need you to be confident with what we give you, right? If I give you something and it's not panning out, then you're going to lose trust, right? So again, I come with some variations. So we start with Kingsville Airport. So we first up, we look at rainfall. So this column here would be December to February, and this is the second half of the dry season, March to May. So we have the accumulated normals for December to May. You have it at 209 to 367.8. We forecasted for above normal rainfall, and what we got? Above normal rainfall. Okay, and then for March to May, the models were not giving any indication whether the rainfall would be above or below. So usually, it could be equal chances for any of the either or, right? So what ended up happening was we got the normal rainfall. It fell within the normal range of 105 to 234.4. Okay, so we accumulated 219.4. Okay, and then for the wet days, we forecasted 35 to 59 days. We got 58 days. And for March, April, May, we forecasted for 23 to 38 days, and we got 30 days. So both they were within the range. Temperature, we forecasted for warmer than usual temperatures. The daily max, we got normal. March, April, May, we got normal. Right? So we were like down below what was forecasted for maximum daytime temperatures. When you look at the average for December to February, we forecasted for warmer than usual, and we did get warmer than usual temperatures. However, we got normal for March, April, May. And the mean, as your nighttime temperatures, were both forecasted to be warmer than usual for both of the seasons. We had warmer for December, January, February, and we had normal for March, April, May. So outside some of the temperatures, which was a little over forecasted, generally our rainfall forecast held, right? And for Douglas Charles, again, for December, January, February, we forecasted for above normal rainfall, and the upper threshold is 480.4. We got 698.8 millimeters, so that was above the normal. And also in March, April, May, again, the models were saying, not giving much information, but the rainfall total ended up being above normal. And the forecasted wet days were 46 to 71. We got 65 days, that was the within range. And March, April, May, 41 to 68 were forecasted, and we got 66 days, both within the forecasted range. When we move to temperature, we had warmer than usual temperatures for Douglas Charles, and we did get warmer than usual temperature at Douglas Charles. That's your maximum temperature. However, for March, April, May, the temperatures were normal, though we had it for warmer than usual temperatures. And warmer than usual temperatures were forecasted for your mean, or your average temperatures, but we got normal at both periods. And for the nighttime temperatures, there was little information, little indication for your nights for December, January, February, but we recorded normal, and normal for March, April, May, which was forecasted to be warmer than usual. So again, the temperatures kind of were over forecasted, but we got normal, but our rainfall held through. Okay, so that ends the review of the dry season. We will now have the forecast for the coming season, which is June to December. Do I have Ms. Vernie Mansley Honorary?
Good morning, everyone. So now we have a clear indication of what happened during the dry season. We now can understand what we're going into when we've begun the wet season. So what are the conditions we have entered the wet season with, and how the forecast can sort of modulate, or how those conditions can be modulated by the forecast as we go forward. So when we're looking at the wet season, we are speaking of the period between June to November, which coincides with the Atlantic hurricane season, and also coincides with the heat season, the Caribbean heat season, which runs from April to October. What influences the wet season or the hurricane season? First of all, we're looking at what we call the northward migration of the intertropical convergence zone. So this is where you find the northeast and the southeast trades meeting your basic geography or social science, right? And as that ITCZ migrates northward towards the southern portion of the Lesser Antilles, you find more unstable weather approaches the Lesser Antilles. During this period, we also find that more tropical waves and disturbances are moving off the coast of West Africa, moving across the Atlantic and coming towards us in the Lesser Antilles. And these systems can develop and strengthen into tropical cyclones, which influences our rainfall amongst during that season. Additionally, during this season, we find our sea surface temperatures increases to about 27 to 30 degrees Celsius, which provides sufficient energy for the formation of clouds and tropical systems, which influences our rainfall and temperature during this time. So when we look at our sea surface temperatures, what is happening right now? Presently, we look at the temperatures in the tropical Atlantic and also in the tropical Pacific. In the tropical Atlantic right now, our temperatures are unusually warm, but they are not as warm as last year. When we look at the tropical Pacific, we look at similarly the temperature, and you know of the El Nino, La Nina, that's the ENSO, and we look to see what is the pattern that's happening right now. Is it warming or is it cooling? If it's warming, then we're looking at El Nino. If the temperatures are cooling, then it's La Nina. Right now, we're in a period called ENSO neutral, so it's neither warming nor cooling in the tropical Pacific, okay? And as we move into July, August, September, there is a likely transition to La Nina, which influences or increases the chance of rainfall across the area. Right now, ENSO neutral doesn't have any impact on the forecast because it's neutral, so it does not provide any predictability. And the black agent among us, Saharan dust. We call it the black agent because we are not able to provide any seasonal forecasts for Saharan dust at this time. The forecasts are normally short-term, from 1 week to 2 weeks. So we are not able to provide an outlook from 3 to 6 months in advance. And why this is important, when we have Saharan dust, it will stifle shower activity. You get dry air intrusion into our clouds, and it prevents clouds from developing and provide or developing to the point where we can get excessive rainfall. So it's a good thing and a bad thing. Those of us in the Met business, we like when it's there. The health sector, probably not so much. So when it comes to the forecast, we're looking at basically two scenarios, scenario A and scenario B. Circled here, you can find basically the climatology for Saharan dust across the Caribbean. And in a scenario A where you have infrequent cell intrusion, so it's not as much as expected, you may find that we basically have Saharan dust from April to just about August, September, and thereafter the intrusion sort of diminishes. In scenario A, you can see that you have the highest concentration around May to July, but in scenario B, where you have very frequent cell intrusions, you see that the gray is sort of darker, so you have more Saharan dust coming into the area, and therefore you can find its impact on our weather conditions more excessive, the more frequent those intrusions. So the forecast will sort of be presented in that regard. What if we have a scenario A situation, and what if we have a scenario B situation? So when we look at the forecast, we are looking at probabilities. What's the chance of getting a certain value or particular range? Is it a high chance? Is it a low chance? Is it more likely or not likely? Okay? For this class, so it's not a value, but we're looking at probabilities. We're not telling you we're going to expect this, but what is the chance of having a certain value occurring or a range of values? So if we were to look at our rainfall forecast for the period June, July, August, and September, October, November, we are looking at how dry or how wet from the usual. And if we were to look at June, July, August, in terms of our climatology or the usual for that period, at Kenfield, we expect there are about 474 millimeters of rainfall to 756 millimeters of rainfall. So those are the lower and higher thresholds that Annie would have mentioned earlier. At Douglas Charles, that threshold is between from 544 millimeters to about 769 millimeters. When we look at the forecast, you will find the legend here. The more browns are your below normal probabilities or less likely, and above normal are your higher chances of getting greater than your normal or your usual. So when we look at Douglas Charles in the northeast, we see that it has a light brown color with a probability about 40 to 44%. So therefore, at Douglas Charles in the northeast, there is a slight chance of getting the usual amount of rainfall for January, June, July, August, to slightly usual than normal. So it could be the usual to less than usual rainfall accumulation for that 3-month period. When we look at Kenfield on the southwest, you find this empty circle, and that just says that our models is not giving any indication on the forecast. There's a low uncertainty of the forecast and not providing any indication whether it's going to be above normal or below normal. So therefore, what we can communicate to you is that you prepare for the usual, which is your climatology, in terms of rainfall accumulation for that period. When we move to the next season, September, October, November, we find that Kenfield now on the southwest is looking at the usual to drier than usual rainfall accumulations. And we're speaking of a total between 434 to 699 millimeters of rainfall. At Douglas Charles on the northeast, we are looking at a slight chance for above normal rainfall accumulation that is anywhere a bit above 1,051 millimeters. So it could be, there's a slight chance that it could be higher than that value. So we also provide a forecast for the number of wet days for very wet spells occurring over a 7-day period and extreme wet spells occurring over a 3-day period. And when you talk about the wet spell, we're looking at the days where we are able to accumulate at least 1 millimeter of rainfall for that day. So it's a very low value. So when you look for the forecast for the number of wet days, we find this circle, our empty circles. So it means that, like I said before, the models are not providing much information for the number of wet days. So therefore, we are looking at climatology for this period. So a total of 49 to 68 wet days is possible over that 3-month period. Implications for this, we're asking that people prepare for the usual. It's still a lot of rainfall. We still are in the wet season, and just prepare for the usual. When we look at our very wet spells, which can occur over a 7-day period, we find more blues are occurring. So there's a higher chance for more than normal 7-day wet spells. And in this case, our climatology for this is 1 to 5 7-day wet spells. So the implications for this would be increased runoff and increased flood potential. When we look at the extremely wet 3-day wet spells, we find a similar situation at Kenfield where there is no indication from the models. But if we look at Douglas Charles, we find that it's just about normal. And for 3-day wet spells, we anticipate about just 1 3-day wet spell during the period. So we can expect at least 1 3-day wet spell during that period. But there's no significant change. So even though our forecast indicates that we are not too sure what the models are, but the model is not providing any information, we're preparing for the usual, there is still a chance of getting rainfall that can result in flash flooding and increased runoff. So we are looking at possibly the normal, but increased rainfall chances for flood chances and rainfall that could be of high intensity that could result in flooding. So when we look at the scenarios, for scenario A, if we have infrequent SAT intrusions, we're looking at the forecast that I just presented. However, if we have scenario B, where we have frequent Saharan dust intrusion, then it's likely that we could find or we could encounter less frequent wet days from the usual, increased chances for dry spells, so it's possible to get at least one dry spell this season, and 1 7-day dry spell is likely. So the flash flood potential for Dominica, as us right here. And for the definition for the flash flood potential, we're looking at excessive rainfall of at least 30 millimeters within a 24-hour period. And we find that in June, July, August, we are right here. So we have yellows and slightly oranges around us. So there's a moderate chance for high flash flood potential, especially if we have an infrequent Saharan dust situation and at least 3 excessive rainfall events, which could trigger flash floods at Kingsfield and Douglas Charles. If we have scenario B, then we're looking at less rainfall activity. And similarly, in September, October, and November, there's a moderate chance of flash flood occurring in our area. We are in the wet season. We do not anticipate any significant dryness, and therefore there is no drought concern for Dominica by the end of August. So now we move on to our temperature forecast. How hot or cool will the next 3 to 6 months be? Similarly, we are looking at thresholds. So we're looking at our daytime and nighttime temperatures for the period June, July, and August. And at Kingsfield, for June, July, August, and even September, October, November, our temperatures are likely to be at least as high as usual. So there are higher chances for above normal temperatures. But as Annie would have mentioned, we're not anticipating any record sea surface temperatures, so we're not expecting any record temperatures during this wet season. If we move to Douglas Charles on the northeast, we're also anticipating temperatures to be likely as high as usual, but with a slightly lower probability. September, October, November, there is very little indication from our models at Douglas Charles. So as we know, the West Coast is generally warmer. It is wind sheltered, so it is hotter. The East Coast is more wind exposed, and it is likely that we could find more intense heat waves occurring along the East Coast by August, but not in the periods June to July. So hot spells. When I talk about our hot spells, we're looking at consecutive days where our temperatures are exceeding our threshold values. So there's a high probability of having at least 30 hot days during the period, this is climatology, during our heat season. And up to 40 hot days are possible, usually up to 20. For this wet season, marginal heat impact is expected because we're not expecting any record-breaking temperatures, and 10% of the season could be spent in heat waves, so not a significant percentage of the season is expected to remain in heat waves or to experience heat waves. Ideally, the number of hot days per month during the season, it increases as we move into June, July, and peaks around August, September in Dominica. We have seen what the sargassum looks like on our coast at the moment. It's moderate levels and across the Caribbean. And as we look at the outlook from June to September, it indicates that moderate to severe influxes of sargassum is expected over the next 3 months. So we can expect the sargassum concentrations in our waters to increase into September, and that is across the region. Coral reef or sea surface temperatures impacts the health of our coral reefs. Presently, There is a watch across the area in terms of our coral bleaching, and this is expected to linger in the next 12 weeks. So a watch is expected. So apart from the seasonal forecast, our seasonal forecast looks at a period from anywhere from at about a week to 2 weeks forecast. So here we're providing a precipitation forecast. What can you expect the rainfall accumulation to be like for either a week 1 or week 2 period? Here we are presenting a week 1 forecast for rainfall. This is from June 9th to June 15th. And based on the legend here, on the bottom left, in the yellows, we are looking at a low to medium chance of experiencing at least more than 25 millimeters of rainfall for this week. And we have seen what the weather conditions has been like from 6 Monday. It's been cloudy. We most likely would have exceeded this in the interior and other parts of the island. And therefore, localized rainfall that could disrupt other activities is anticipated for this week. We are also working on presenting or providing sub-seasonal forecasts for temperatures. And here we're asking, what is the chance of it being unusually warm for next week? That is June 22nd to July 6th. And based on the key below, we're looking at blues. So basically at Canefield and Douglas Charles, there's a below normal chance of experiencing unusually warm temperatures into next week. So we're in the heat season and it's expected to be very warm. Temperatures expected to be comfortable. Now, what is the probability of having a day with high heat stress? And here we're using a threshold value of 31 degrees Celsius. Based on your sector, if that's a product that you're interested in, those values can change. So this is the kind of information that we would require from the sectors that we're able to look at. Here we use basically we picked out a threshold that's to present. And we're looking at a medium chance. So in the oranges, about 50 to 70%. So a medium chance of having a day with high heat stress next week. Okay? Right. So while the temperature is expected to be comfortable, it doesn't mean that we cannot have extremes now and then. So any particular day next week, we could find a situation where we have a day where you can't get high heat stress. Understood? So our key messages for this wet season: drier to wet as usual conditions are expected, increasing humidity from June to September. The season is likely to be hot, but not record hot. The usual number of wet days are expected. More than usual, 7 wet days and very wet spells are likely, which could result in flash flooding. And therefore, there's a moderate to high potential for this, particularly in the north of the island. Usual to higher than usual nighttime and daytime heating, with increasing, particularly in western communities. So there's a chance that areas in the northeast may be as cool as usual, or maybe comfortable, or more comfortable. Coral bleaching to reach alert level 2 by the end of August. So as our sea temperatures continue to increase, we expect the chances of this to increase as well. And moderate to severe level of sargassum is expected into September. And now we ask Mr. Alexander to come present the Atlantic hurricane season forecast.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I'm here to present on an annual event, one which is not happily anticipated, but of much concern to us in the region, more so for us in Dominica, because of our vulnerability in terms of our location, population density, topography, or economic base, and that is the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. I will also touch on some of the reasons for that outlook and some of the other factors which could influence the outcome of that outlook. Now, the hurricane season officially runs from June 1st to November 30th annually. And note that this outlook is not a landfall prediction. Okay, but we must remember that the greater the numbers is the higher the probability for impact. Okay, so the first outlook is done in May, with a second outlook which is done in August. So we'll have an outlook done in August as an update before the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. Okay, here we have it. The prediction for the Atlantic hurricane season is for an above normal season, which is done by a number of agencies. If we look here, we have the Colorado State University, which is a US-based department, which is its Department of Atmospheric Science, has a 70% confidence that the season is expected to be above average with 14 to 20 named storms. We also have another company, which is a venture based in the UK, Tropical Storm Risk, with also an above normal. We also have AccuWeather, which is a private media company based in the States, with an above normal season. And then we have NOAA, which is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which did a forecast on the 22nd of May for an above normal season for the expectation of 13 to 19 named storms, of which 6 to 10 are expected to become hurricanes and 3 to 5 expected to become major hurricanes. So this is the forecast that we put our most confidence in, which is NOAA. We also have CIMH, which is the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, which has a forecast of 13 to 25 named storms, on average of 19, of which 6 to 12 are expected to become hurricanes, and 2 to 6 are expected to become major hurricanes. And a major hurricane would be of category 3 and above, which would be having winds of 111 miles per hour and above. Okay, here we have something showing landfall probability. As I mentioned, that the prediction is not a landfall prediction, but this probability is showing about the impact of a storm passing about 50 miles from our location. So in the first one here, you have the forecast probability of named storms impact is 40%. And then you have the forecast probability of hurricane impact is 17%. Forecast probability of major hurricane, which would be category 3 and above, is 9%. And then you have the average probability of named storms impact, 33%. And the average probability of hurricane impact, 14%. Average probability of major hurricane impact, 7%. And the number of named storms from 1880 to 2020, that's 150 years, 57. And hurricanes, 21. And major hurricanes, 10. Now, some of the reasons for this outlook. As you know, that Dominica lies within what is called the main development region for tropical cyclones, which is that it is the center of the path of tropical cyclones that develop, which would be storms, hurricanes, etc. And based on the temperatures expected, high temperatures, they only need 26.5 degrees Celsius temperature for favorable conditions for development of a tropical cyclone. So we are expecting warmer than usual sea surface temperatures, and that will be down to a depth of 60 meters for you to have favorable conditions for development of tropical cyclones. Now the other feature we have here is ENSO-neutral conditions. ENSO-neutral is just what it says, neutral conditions. So we have La Nina and we have El Nino. So just generally, I can see that La Nina is bad for us and El Nino is good for us. Because La Nina would encourage the development of tropical cyclones, and El Nino would not encourage the development of tropical cyclones, meaning that you would have a lot of wind shear and the systems would be torn apart. So, but with ENSO-neutral, it's neither here nor there. But we have to remember that 2017 was an ENSO-neutral year. Okay? Sorry? 2017 was an ENSO-neutral year. It's neutral. It's neither here, it's between. It's, okay. But El Nino is good and La Nina is bad, but right now we're in a neutral season for ENSO. Okay, so if you look at the probability, is close to above 90% probability for ENSO, and as you go down to the end, towards the end of the year, you have the probability for ENSO being decreased, and the probability for La Nina increasing. Okay. Now another factor is the siren dust, which Vernie spoke about earlier. So when you have siren dust, it can either, the absence or presence of siren dust can influence the development of storms because it provides dry air, which stifles the activity of the storms. Okay? So here we have the scenario A and scenario B, which Vernie spoke about earlier. And basically this shows that when you have less siren dust, then the activities for the season would start at an earlier time. Okay? So the more siren dust you have, then it will restrict the development of cyclones based on that information here on this slide. Okay, so now we have different climatic newsletters which you can find on our website. So if you go to our website at weather.gov.dm, you will go to, you will see you have the home page, you have the current weather page, then you have the forecast page, and then you have the climate section. So you click on the climate section, and you scroll down, and then you go to climate newsletter, and then you'll be able to find the national and regional newsletters, and you can even find a PDF on Hurricane Maria and Tropical Storm Erika as well. So these are some of the bulletins you will find on our website, some of them in collaboration with CIMH. Okay, so we have some of the bulletins that are related to certain sectors, such as agriculture, tourism, etc. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. I have to acknowledge everyone, right? Mrs. Annie Curry Joseph, Mrs. Vernie Masley Honorary, and Mr. Masha Alexander for the 2024-25 dry season review, 2025 wet season forecast, and hurricane season forecast. Thank you, Dominica Med Service, for your comprehensive review and forecast. Now that we have heard things from a weather perspective, we call on the Ministry of Health to give us a health perspective. Right now, we will hear from Ms. Kirshner Augustine, Senior Environmental Health Officer responsible for vector control, and she'll be giving us the dry season health review. Ms. Augustine?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be hoping to share some information with regards to what exactly occurred for the last 6 months, from December 2024 to May of 2025. Okay, overview of the dry season. As was previously presented by the Met office, we had above normal to normal rainfall, received more rainfall than we anticipated, and that caused us to have impacts on our health system. We also had slightly warmer than usual days and nights, and We are going to speak a little bit about vectors. The mosquitoes have evolved, they've changed, they've adapted. So they are now breeding or moving, changing from one stage to another so much faster because of the warmth. Because it's warmer, they tend to their life cycle tends to be much faster. So an increase in the number of individuals, we had an increase in the number of individuals reporting to medical facilities with symptoms typical to leptospirosis, dengue fever, and gastroenteritis, which could indicate a potential outbreak or seasonal spike in infectious diseases. We also had a higher than average number of individuals exhibiting symptoms of acute respiratory infections. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the vectors. So the table in front of you represents or gives information with regards to vector control for the last 6 months, December to May. It shows the number of houses that we inspected, those that were positive, the number of containers we found, and positive. Now we have thresholds that have been developed by CAFA that we're using. Our household indices is above the recommended thresholds, but as you can see, the other indices, the container index, which we use more to guide us with regards to response activities, are not above our threshold. So the threshold for the household, you see our household index is a bit higher than the threshold. But if we look at our container index, it is not significantly beneath. And we also had only the areas where we had more rainfall, which is January and February, the months of January and February. That's where we had a little bit of a spike in our Barreto index, which is number of positive containers over houses, total amount of houses that we inspected. We realized that because of the fact that we have an increase in water storage, coupled with the fact that the mosquitoes breed or the life cycle has been significantly reduced, we realized that we have our water drums as our highest contributor to our mosquito index. More persons are storing water because it's a bit unpredictable. We have more disruptions in our water supply, so we have more persons storing water, and that is contributing to our higher than usual or higher than the threshold mosquito index. So we have to do a lot of behavioral change. Why we need the water, we need to store water, yes, but persons have to take into consideration the fact that they have to protect these containers from breeding mosquitoes. The Environmental Health Department has, with the Ministry of Health, we have increased our activities or response activities. So we have been doing a number of source reduction activities, a number of cleanups, increasing education, and increasing our monitoring as well, so we can give better advice and have better information available. The climatic trends contributed to a range of environmental and public health impacts. Vector-borne disease activity spiked during this period, and mosquito indices remain over our recommended threshold. The risk of outbreaks persists given the unpredictability of short-term rainfall spikes and water storage practices. Respiratory illnesses associated with dust and air quality issues were reported. Will be critical in mitigating future climate-related health risks. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, Ms. Augustine, for your presentation and for noting the actions that the the Environmental Health has taken in regards to increase of cleanups, increase of monitoring, etc. At this point, we want to ask everyone here, Med Service included, that if there are any questions that they may have based on the presentations that were given, that now is the time to do so. So if anyone is unclear about anything that was presented here today or would want further verifications, feel free to ask these questions or seek verification.
So based on the outlook for the months coming, we would say that it's good for farmers.
I'm not sure if we have somebody from agriculture here.
No, based on what this is the rainfall and so on.
There's no one from agriculture.
Any agricultural people in the house? So, there'll be a section where the agricultural people can look at the forecast, at the outlook, and let us know what those implications will be. So you will be provided with this.
Hi, good morning. I have a question. So with the health sector present, what can be expected for the next 3 months in relation to the mosquitoes? Will there be an increase in mosquitoes, dengue, disease? For June, July, August?
Well, we are hoping that with the expected reduction in rainfall, that we should see a reduction with the activities that we have started and increasing the education and probably hoping for some behavioral change as long as persons are aware that now their drums are what is contributing to the mosquito population. We are expecting that we should see a reduction because it's not something that the ministry has to do. It's persons have to make the adjustments within the communities to ensure that the mosquito breeding is reduced.
Thank you, Ms. Augustine. I have a question of my own. I wasn't too clear on the household index and the Rato index. Can you just give? She's smiling. I'm not too familiar with that, so if you could just give us a brief explanation of that. It was there in your presentation.
Okay, so the household index is calculated based on the number of positive houses compared to the number of houses the total number of houses that we inspected. So it gives a reflection of how many houses are breeding in the total amount that we inspected. So if we do vector control based on the area that we do, if we have somewhere that's more densely populated compared to somewhere that's more sparsely populated, or if we have an area where we probably have water issues, where persons do more storage of water, then it would have reflected a higher indices compared to probably an area where persons do not necessarily store water. So it's basically just a reflection of what was done and how many houses were positive. So the recommended threshold is 5%. However, we were a bit above the 5%. In some areas, we were like 10, 15, 12%. So it just meant that we had more persons breeding mosquitoes, or we found more breeding. It's probably not necessarily persons, but most likely households that were breeding had some container with water that had mosquito larvae in it. For the container index, it's a total of positive containers over the total number of containers that we saw. And the Breton index, which we use to sort of forecast, would be the number of positive containers compared to the number of houses that we inspected. You look lost.
I was trying to say that again, the last one.
So the Breton is positive containers compared to houses inspected.
Okay.
So it basically says, you know, what's the probability that we would find, we would get a positive container based on the amount of households.
Thank you.
Oh, someone has a question, so if you could hear.
Okay, good morning to everybody. I want to thank the presenters for the information presented this morning. I think it was very thorough. We must commend the Met Office for the job well done. I have a question for Mrs. Carrett. I noticed during the presentation she spoke about a number of stations on the West Coast and in the interior. But I also know that we have one in the Kalinago territory. I'm not too sure if the Met Service is getting data from this station, so I would like some clarification on that, one. And also, the last presentation, I know we talked about the increase in rainfall, and we spoke about the vector-borne disease, vectors. But we also have an issue with the Cuban frogs. And it's my understanding that they like water, and with the increase in rainfall, it means therefore they will be producing a lot more. It affects the tourism industry, especially in the Calibish area, where we have a number of our stakeholders who are involved in the accommodation sector. The reports are that these frogs have been found inside homes, and I'm not too sure in terms of the implication. So if you can share some light on that for us, that would be good too as well. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you give your name and designation, please?
My name is Donaldson Frederick, Chief Technical Officer, Ministry of Tourism.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frederick. We'll be answering the first part of your question. Yes, we do have a station at the Hosbach area, Kalinago territory. It is functioning. I don't think Annie highlighted every single station. Unfortunately, Hosbach was not on a presentation list, but it is working. We regularly go there to do maintenance and so on. But if you want data, or if you want to take a visit, you can come to a scheduled maintenance visit with us, Mr. Frederick. For the second part of the question, that would be out of a little bit, that'll be more for agriculture. I'm not sure, in reference to the frogs and so on. Sorry, and forestry. No. Well, I don't know whose jurisdiction that falls under, but it's... Yeah, they come in our verandas. I had the experience. That's all I can speak of. They come in here. They come in at least the verandas, and somebody from Portsmouth said they're in their homes. I don't know.
It's a phenomenon. This is annoying. And the life of areas just true.
A question? Last question.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good morning to all. My name is Colin Gis. No, I'm just thinking about my designation, so that's why. I'm presently the Project Development Officer with the Climate Change Center, but I was very instrumental as the project coordinator for DVRP in setting up the network for the stations the 36 stations that are collecting data. So, and also the Met Office. So, all right. The question I want to ask is, seeing that presently the present administration in the U.S. has cut off funding for they are cut off a certain amount of funding for NOAA, and all the satellites, all the stations communicate via satellite with NOAA and to the Met Office. Does the Met Office anticipate any interruption? Because we don't know whether funding, what impact it's going to have on the operationalization, the full operation of these stations. So if you all anticipate what measures are going to be put in place to have these stations up and running, because they're very critical. It's not a hard question, it's a simple question. Because at the end of the day, it has to be maintained to a certain level if we want these stations to be operational.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to comment because I'm not seeing the head of the department there. But I can say the stations will continue to work. It will be just a matter of transmission, I think you're speaking of specifically. Yeah. But the stations will continue to work. They will continue to log. We still download data as backup. As with the transmission, I'm not commenting on that matter as yet. But to say that the network will fail, no, the stations will continue to function. It's just a transmission issue that you're concerned about. I guess we would have to be resilient. And yes, we have to look into that, and if we will have to bend and find creative ways. No, that's just the way it is. If it doesn't work in our favor, whatever the decision is.
Oh, yeah. The government of Dominica may have to partner with some other international organizations, like UK Met or the European, because they have they are the ones that have the instruments, the capability to transmit this information via the satellite. This is another option that has to be looked at.
Okay, we're ready to go back.
In software exchange, is from agriculture, would you mind sharing your implications, considering we have stuff in that line? Would you mind showing some of the implications of the output in the agricultural sector?
Good morning all. From Agriculture, Extension Officer. So far this season, we had no major complaints. It's a favorable season for the farmers. There is an increase in productivity because a number of the activities that would increase productivity, the farmers had no problems with it. Enough rainfall. Imagine on the west coast where I operate, normally by April, May, the farmers that are farming on the west coast would have abandoned the west coast and start farming in the higher land areas where they have more rainfall. And this has not been done. They continue their normal activities throughout from January to now. We had no reports, and irrigation. Normally, irrigation is one of their main problem in there, and we have no reports on that so far. So the weather is favorable for the farmers. In terms of pest and disease, I'm not sure if we have somebody from plant quarantine there. What we see is an increase in fungal diseases, and especially in crops like passion fruit and so on. Presently there's a disease affecting passion fruit, a fungal disease, and we were hoping that we would get some dry season to kind of get it under control, but that's not the case. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis, for that brief synopsis. And we are very happy that the weather was favorable for the Agriculture Department. If no one has You have a question?
Good morning to everybody. I am Dr. Luis. This lovely gentleman, I don't remember his name, I think it's Mr. Alexander. Yes, thank you. He mentioned that we are in an ENSO neutral season. Am I saying it correctly? And 2017, we were also in an ENSO neutral season when we had Anti-Maria. Are there any trends that have been recognized that we can compare then to now to, to say whether or not we have similar things or abnormal things that we can, look back and make preparations for in that case?
Thank you. I think there are records, there are past records that you can find on the internet, going back to look at the different years that we had ENSO. You can also look back to look at when we had La Nina and El Nino, and then you can compare what happened during that season, and then with that you can get a trend as to what would transpire when there is a certain season. But I know for sure it has been established that when there's a La Nina, then we have more storms developing, and when there's an El Nino, we have less storms developing. But when it comes to ENSO, which is neutral, then it can be neither here or there, because it's neutral. There's nothing definite about ENSO, but we have to look back at what happened in the past. But there are other factors that would also help to determine what would be expected ahead of the hurricane season, and that would include sea surface temperatures. There could be factors like wind shear, although El Nino and La Nina also influences wind shear, but there could be other factors which would be what we mentioned, the haze, siren dust concentration, as well as ocean currents. Okay, because you know that there's a circulation below the ocean, you have cold water coming in and mixing and so on. So that could also influence sea surface temperatures. And there's another feature that is called Madden-Julian oscillation, but I think that's maybe beyond that forum. And where we have an area of clouds and rainfall which circulates the globe within 60 to 30 days. And based on the presence of that circulation, that could also influence the outcome of the hurricane season. Okay?
But if I may add, this is a hurricane season, and it only takes one. So we prepare regardless. The same preparations you would have done for 5 or 15, we do the same for 1.
That's true. Don't forget there was a prediction for 6 major hurricanes.
Okay, we'll just have one more question, and then after that we will have our refreshments. But before we go to refreshments, I would like everyone here to register, and they can use the QR code on the screen here, on the whiteboards to the front and to the back. So please kindly register using the QR code so we can know who was and wasn't there.
One more, there was one more. One person.
Okay, morning. And I just have a question for environmental health. Well, nobody mentioned about the minges, and I think it poses a health threat because, the public doesn't know much about it, and I'm not sure if we know what is the treatment for it or what should be done about it, but we have the presence of the midges in the community, and some children, you see all their skin just black with black circles on their legs and on their arms, and it's like, what can be done for it, or what should be done for it? What is the treatment? And there's not much public education about the midges to the public, so we would like to know a little more. Maybe environmental health can help us with this.
You can choose to comment after refreshments or no if you want.
So the biting midges is, while it is not a vector of public health significance, it is a serious nuisance. And we have been doing a bit of research or collecting information with regards to the midges and trying to give out the information that we have. But it breeds similarly to the mosquitoes. They like where we have a lot of organic waste being decomposing organic waste. So now that we have the mango season and the breadfruit season and everything is in season, we do have a bit more of organic matter in the environment. So we do see a bit more of the midges. So what we have to do in our areas is basically the same that we would have done for mosquitoes. We try to limit the amount of water available as well as organic matter in our homes, in and around our homes. So if you can collect or rake after you've cut your grass, or you have a mango tree or a breadfruit tree, if you can rake up, keep your environment free of organic matter, decomposing organic matter, that can contribute to reducing the biting midges population as well. And the mosquito repellent helps in some instances. So you can wear long clothing, or you can put on your repellent if you're going out. You can get nets and so on for the control. But it's very little that we can do with regards to the midges. And we, like I said, we're still gathering information. We're still trying to figure out, how exactly to approach the control. But the advice I can give is try to invest in mosquito repellents as insect repellent as much as possible, especially for the vulnerable populations like our children and the elderly, the persons who really can't move about to ward them off. So basically.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Augustine. And as I mentioned, at this point we could go and have our refreshments, but you can choose before or after refreshments to register for this seminar. Thank you.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the exciting world of hydrology with the Dominica Meteorological Service.
For the past 6 years, the hydrological unit of the Dominica Meteorological Service has been actively engaged in collecting river measurement data. That's right. In addition to providing and compiling weather data to ensure safe air navigation, we've been closely monitoring our rivers. Why, you ask? Because understanding our rivers is just as important as understanding our skies. Hydrology is the science of water. It focuses on how water moves both on the surface and on the ground, and how it interacts with the environment. Water is one of the Earth's most valuable resources, and hydrology helps us understand and manage it effectively. But it's not just about where the water is. Hydrology is also about how water affects us, our homes, our activities, and even our safety. It plays a key role in monitoring water availability, water quality, and the challenges faced in managing this essential resource. Water is essential to life. We use it every day for drinking, farming, and even to generate power. But to manage this vital resource, we need accurate data. That's where the hydrological unit comes in. Currently, the hydrological unit of the Met Service monitors 17 rivers for stream flow data. These rivers were selected based on their economic importance and their impact on nearby communities. Let's take a look. The Bueri River, the Belfast River, the Concord River, the Colliho River, the Coolibistry River, the Emsall River, the Hampstead River, the Londonderry River, the Melville Hall River, the Macushri River, the Picard River, the Dubla River, the Layou River, the Springfield River, the Casabruce River, the Rosalie River, and the Indian River. Each river is visited once a month, and the team engages in both manual and instrument measurements. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on how these measurements are done.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
Hello again, and greetings to you from the Dominica Meteorological Service. In a previous video, we would have outlined the importance of hydrology. In this video, we will be demonstrating how the velocity of a river is measured using the float method. The float method is pretty straightforward and simple. First, we select a relatively straight section of the river and measure a fixed distance along it. Next, we place a floating object, and in this instance, we use a tennis ball. The ball is dropped at the start of the measured distance and allowed to flow freely to the end point of the measured distance. The ball is tracked and timed, and the time it takes to travel the distance is noted. This process is repeated about 10 times. Using a formula, we calculate the velocity of the river. While this may seem basic, this method provides valuable insight into the river's movements and helps validate more advanced measurements. Stream velocity affects both aquatic life and human activities. It shapes habitat diversity, with fast currents supporting certain species while slower waters host different organisms. Velocity also aids in nutrient transport, distributing dissolved oxygen and sustaining the aquatic food web. For humans, it influences navigation by determining safe routes for boats and rafts. Additionally, water management relies on understanding velocity for designing stable structures like dams, bridges, and irrigation systems. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on the other methods used.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
years, the Hydrological Unit of the Dominica Meteorological Service has been actively engaged in collecting river measurement data. That's right. In addition to providing and compiling weather data to ensure safe air navigation, we've been closely monitoring our rivers. Why, you ask? Because understanding our rivers is just as important as understanding our skies. Hydrology is the science of water. It focuses on how water moves both on the surface and on the ground, and how it interacts with the environment. Water is one of the Earth's most valuable resources, and hydrology helps us understand and manage it effectively. But it's not just about where the water is. Hydrology is also about how water affects us, our homes, our activities, and even our safety. It plays a key role in monitoring water availability, water quality, and the challenges faced in managing this essential resource. Water is essential to life. We use it every day for drinking, farming, and even to generate power. But to manage this vital resource, we need accurate data. That's where the hydrological unit comes in. Currently, the hydrological unit of the Met Service monitors 17 rivers for stream flow data. These rivers were selected based on their economic importance and their impact on nearby communities. Let's take a look. The Bury River, the Belfast River, the Concord River, the Colliho River, the Coolibistry River, the Emsall River, the Hampstead River, the Londonderry River, the Melville Hall River, the Macushri River, the Picard River, the Dubla River, the Layou River, the Springfield River, the Castlebruce River, the Rosalie River, and the Indian River. Each river is visited once a month, and the team engages in both manual and instrument measurements. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on how these measurements are done.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
Hello again, and greetings to you from the Dominica Meteorological Service. In a previous video, we would have outlined the importance of hydrology. In this video, we will be demonstrating how the velocity of a river is measured using the float method. The float method is pretty straightforward and simple. First, we select a relatively straight section of the river and measure a fixed distance along it. Next, we place a floating object, and in this instance, we use a tennis ball. The ball is dropped at the start of the measured distance and allowed to flow freely to the end point of the measured distance. The ball is tracked and timed, and the time it takes to travel the distance is noted. This process is repeated about 10 times. Using a formula, we calculate the velocity of the river. While this may seem basic, this method provides valuable insight into the river's movements and helps validate more advanced measurements. Stream velocity affects both aquatic life and human activities. It shapes habitat diversity, with fast currents supporting certain species while slower waters host different organisms. Velocity also aids in nutrient transport, distributing dissolved oxygen and sustaining the aquatic food web. For humans, it influences navigation by determining safe routes for boats and rafts. Additionally, water management relies on understanding velocity for designing stable structures like dams, bridges, and irrigation systems. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on the other methods used.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at DominicaMet. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.bm. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
6 years, the Hydrological Unit of the Dominica Meteorological Service has been actively engaged in collecting river measurement data. That's right. In addition to providing and compiling weather data to ensure safe air navigation, we've been closely monitoring our rivers. Why, you ask? Because understanding our rivers is just as important as understanding our skies. Hydrology is the science of water. It focuses on how water moves both on the surface and on the ground, and how it interacts with the environment. Water is one of the Earth's most valuable resources, and hydrology helps us understand and manage it effectively. But it's not just about where the water is. Hydrology is also about how water affects us, our homes, our activities, and even our safety. It plays a key role in monitoring water availability, water quality, and the challenges faced in managing this essential resource. Water is essential to life. We use it every day for drinking, farming, and even to generate power. But to manage this vital resource, we need accurate data. That's where the hydrological unit comes in. Currently, the hydrological unit of the Met Service monitors 17 rivers for stream flow data. These rivers were selected based on their economic importance and their impact on nearby communities. Let's take a look. The Bury River, the Belfast River, the Concord River, the Colliho River, the Coolibistry River, the Emsall River, the Hampstead River, the Londonderry River, the Melville Hall River, the Macushri River, the Picard River, the Dubla River, the Layou River, the Springfield River, the Castlebruce River, the Rosalie River, and the Indian River. Each river is visited once a month, and the team engages in both manual and instrument measurements. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on how these measurements are done.
Like us on Facebook at Dominica Meteorological Service. Follow us on Instagram at Dominica Met. Add us to your list of WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
Hello again, and greetings to you from the Dominica Meteorological Service. In a previous video, we would have outlined the importance of hydrology. In this video, we will be demonstrating how the velocity of a river is measured using the float method. The float method is pretty straightforward and simple. First, we select a relatively straight section of the river and measure a fixed distance along it. Next, we place a floating object, and in this instance, we use a tennis ball. The ball is dropped at the start of the measured distance and allowed to flow freely to the end point of the measured distance. The ball is tracked and timed, and the time it takes to travel the distance is noted. This process is repeated about 10 times. Using a formula, we calculate the velocity of the river. While this may seem basic, this method provides valuable insight into the river's movements and helps validate more advanced measurements. Stream velocity affects both aquatic life and human activities. It shapes habitat diversity, with fast currents supporting certain species while slower waters host different organisms. Velocity also aids in nutrient transport, distributing dissolved oxygen and sustaining the aquatic food web. For humans, it influences navigation by determining safe routes for boats and rafts. Additionally, water management relies on understanding velocity for designing stable structures like dams, bridges, and irrigation systems. In subsequent videos, we will elaborate on the other methods used.
Like us WhatsApp channels, or you can visit our website at weather.gov.uk. Follow us as we continue to give you regular updates from the Dominica Meteorological Service.
No. We must carry on with the agenda at hand because we are here for a limited time. And at this point, I want to ask Ms. Zilma Charles Daru, Mrs. Zilma Charles Daru, focal point climate and health in the Ministry of Health and Environment, Health and Wellness.
Good morning, everyone. And now we've refilled, had some water. I hope you enjoyed your fish. I'm just saying, we hope you enjoyed the meal. And we can continue from there on, right? Okay, so at this time we're going to look at the national climate and health concerns for Dominica. And Dominica has participated in quite a few research activities, vulnerable assessments over the years. And there are some areas that are of interest to us. Okay, just a little bit of technical difficulty. We're trying to get Okay. So Dominica is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts. And over the presentations, we've heard quite a few things about Hurricane Maria, and I'm sure most of us in the health sector and those who in the med services as well, we've seen the impacts that climate has had on various sectors, including health. Climate variability and extreme events such as hurricanes, heat waves, floods, they affect health directly and indirectly. Dominica faces significant climate health challenges, and recent disasters highlight its extreme vulnerability. However, we have to rebuild stronger to ensure that public health, because it's essential for public health and our general well-being. Impacts on health in Dominica. We had infrastructure devastation. Of course, we've had devastation to some of our healthcare facilities. Extreme heat risk. Dominica faces high risk from extreme heat, and this can exacerbate existing health conditions. We also have issues of vector-borne diseases, such as dengue, Zika, and chikungunya. We may experience waterborne illnesses as a result of turbidity within our water, because we know that our water is extracted from the surface. So we also have to be concerned about that. We have acute respiratory illnesses, and I'm sure you've heard a lot from persons reporting that they've had chronic conditions, especially when the Saharan dust is around. Mental health impacts, one of the areas that sometimes we overlook. Displacement of people is something that is real, and we've seen that happening over the years. And of course, we can make reference to the folks of Piditavan who had to be relocated. And even after these folks have relocated, then it's a whole new environment. How do I cope? How do I, get back into things? Because this is not where I'm originally from. So that too can have an impact on the population. And of course, disruption of healthcare services due to extreme weather events. We have hurricanes, then persons have to traverse through landslides and such. And again, if you have disruption in terms of infrastructure damage, then we may have disruption. But primary healthcare, I must say we've done well, and we continue to strive to be better in the face of all these impacts. So based on recent assessments done, areas of concern for Ministry of Health in terms of climate and health, we have data management for linkages, and I'll explain in a bit, clinician awareness, and funding for research. When we look at data management for linkages, we're looking at collecting relevant data. We collect data, but is the data that we collect relevant? How are we going to determine if one is suffering from an illness based on climate impact, or are we just going with the normal? For example, you have someone coming from a construction site. That person may be suffering from heat stress, but the person presents with fatigue, maybe some dehydration. You say, you know what, maybe it was just outside, or the person is hypertensive. So do we look at the impact of the environment on that individual, or do we continue to just look at our normal NCDs? So that mindset has to be there. Limited integration, integrated data system, data that link climate factors such as temperature, air quality, and extreme weather with health outcomes such as asthma rates, heat-related illnesses, or even disease outbreaks are collected. However, there's no integration. So even both data sets are collected, they are stored in separate systems. For example, the health data will be stored in the public health database, and the climate information is stored with the med services. They are not integrated. They are, if you want to see, in different areas and out of reach sometimes. Okay, so this makes it hard to analyze how climate factors are affecting human health. But I must say, so far we've had a good collaboration with the med services. And sometimes it's a little taxing because we ask for things on the spur of the moment because we don't have it, but we need it. Because in order to make informed decisions, you must have information. And when you're going to ask for funding, if you don't have that information, then no one is going to look at you because we need evidence base, right? So that is sort of an issue. We have fragmented health and environment data. Data related to health such as diseases, rates, hospital visits, and environmental data such as air quality, temperature, pollution is scattered across systems. Likewise, again, making it very difficult for us to analyze what is going on. Insufficient routine data analysis for decision making. We collect the data, but what is done with the data? Where does it go? Who sees the data? Who analyzes the data? When do we analyze it? Most times only when we have a project or we have something that needs information, that is when we go and we look for that data, but it is not analyzed. How do we use that data to make an informed decision? So there are opportunities. We look at our downside, but I also look at how do we move forward. We can develop centralized health environmental data repository. I've been struggling with that word. I tried to say it a few times and it still doesn't come out properly. But if we have everything in one system where it is well organized, then it makes it easier for us to analyze data and to make informed decisions. Improve interagency collaboration, and I must say, we've seen much greater collaboration with one of our sectors in med services. And for the last few months, the phone calls, the emails, the WhatsApps, they've been coming, but we know it's for good collaboration. Utilize GIS and climate modeling for health risk mapping. So that's one of the areas too that we're looking to move into. One of our gaps is clinician awareness. Limited training on climate-sensitive diseases. We have done some training within the Ministry of Health in terms of climate-related diseases, but we still need more. And what happens? There's a turnover of health staff. Today you have 5 doctors. The next 2 weeks you have 5 new doctors coming in. Are they aware? Are they keeping up to date? We have new nurses. Are they aware? Are they carrying out the same assessments? Are they looking at climate-related diseases? So we have to continuously keep on the ball. So how do we improve that? We address knowledge gaps by providing training to providers across the 7 primary healthcare districts. And this is to be more frequent and ongoing so that we can capture the newcomers and the rotation, if you want to call it. Because sometimes you go in a district, you meet doctor. When I go the next time, hey doctor, are you there? So, we have to keep at that. And also establishing systems for monitoring emerging climate-sensitive conditions and create tools for diagnosing climate-related health conditions as well. Okay, the clicker is giving up.
Try it now.
The press it first.
Yeah, just okay.
We can know.
No, we are on the news line all together. Okay, so funding. And we know funding is very important. We have limited national funding. And of course, we depend a lot on our regional and international partners. We continue to thank them for their assistance. However, we need to develop a national climate and health research agenda because a lot more research has to be done. And we need to strengthen partnerships with our academic institutions and advocate for funding from climate adaptation programs. This is ongoing, but it's something that we have to keep at because in the absence of these fundings, then how do we continue to maintain our program and to continue creating the awareness for climate and health? In conclusion, climate change is a public health issue for Dominica. Proactive approaches in data training and research are essential, and cross-sectoral collaboration is key to building a climate-resilient health system. Thank you very much for your attention.
If anyone has any questions for Mrs. Daru, they can do so at this time. I guess not. Your presentation was...
What strides are you making towards research? Yes.
Yeah, I was asking what efforts have been made towards doing research in your sector?
Okay, under the CIMH program, we are also working with CIMH to do some aspects of research in areas of vector control. So we're not able to do research in all areas, but we do it in sector, area by area. So under the CIMH program, one of the research we'll be doing is in vector control, and we are also looking at other areas we can partner. So what we do, we speak with our regional partners to see what areas that they can support, and based on that, we move forward. But we know for sure there's a program which will start shortly in terms of doing further research on vector control and looking at mosquito behavior and things like that. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Daru. At this point, we ask Dr. Rocher Mahon from CIMH, who will now present on the Caribbean Health for Climate Bulletin. Miss.
Thank you again, Farah, and good morning and welcome again, colleagues. So, yes, I am Rocher Mahon. I am the social scientist at the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. Some of you may be wondering what I do. What does the social scientist at CIMH do? Because I work with all these meteorologists, climatologists, hydrologists, You know, yeah, the oleologists. You know, so what does the social scientist do? Well, I help all those people, and particularly the climatology team, the climatologists at the Caribbean Regional Climate Center that's hosted by CIMH, to tailor, to downscale the technical climate early warning information products that we regularly produce every month to the sectoral context of the 6 climate sensitive sectors that we serve here in the Caribbean. Does anyone know what are those 6 climate sensitive sectors? Tourism is one. Thank you. Why is tourism one? Why is tourism important to us? We're the most tourism dependent region in the world, no? Okay. What's another easy guess? Agriculture. Another one. Water. What's another one? Health. This is why we're here today. Next. Disaster risk management. And lastly but not least, the... What other climate sensitive sector can you think of?
Energy.
Energy. Perfect. Why? Because we have potential for renewable energy. Yeah? Hydropower, as far as saying solar, wind. We're the technical experts that measure, you know, these climate variables and are able to advise. Yeah? Okay, so I work with the Caribbean Regional Climate Center. As I said, we have a very good team of climatologists that work with our community, our regional community of national MET and hydrological services across the region to train them to do weather forecasts and increasingly seasonal climate forecasts. And this is what was delivered to you today. Okay, the Caribbean wet season and Atlantic hurricane season forecast. In another 6 months, it will be the Caribbean dry season forecast. Okay, so just some background there. What I'm here to do is to share some thoughts about our experience working with the Caribbean health sector and the lead agencies in the health sector, which are CARFA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, as well as PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization. So you see these 3 of us starring here on a snapshot of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. All right? It's definitely a success story for us here in the Caribbean, this partnership that we've been able to broker, and not just broker, but to operationalize, okay, the co-development of a tailored climate early warning information product for the Caribbean health sector that is being produced quarterly and that delivers climate early warning information across several categories of illness that of interest to the Caribbean health professional on a quarterly basis, okay? So I want to acknowledge the full Caribbean HCB team. As I said, it is definitely a team effort, okay? And so you have co-authors, not just from CIMH, which are myself and Dr. Cedric Banmerby, but we also have co-authors on the Caribbean HCB from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, Dr. Laura Lee Bodram, Dr. Mr. Rajesh Rabu, Shane Curtin, and also from PAHO, okay? Now, I want to ask each of you in the room a question. And the question is, are you aware of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin? I really wanted to, make this interesting by having you mentimeter your answer so we could actually see. Y'all interested in doing that? Yeah, well, pop in. There's a QR code. Just aim your cameras at that QR code and let's see what the results are.
If any one of the participants need access to Wi-Fi, on the whiteboard there is the password.
It disappeared.
I get the picture.
Okay, forgive us. It seems like we've lost signal. But results are in. We do have 4 people in the room that are aware of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin and 14 not aware. Now we're up to 5 that are aware. You may think that these are bad results, not so nice results, but I'm actually quite pleased that at least 5 of you, who I assume
I was just going to say,
from
the Met Service.
Well, yes, the Met Service, you jumped in. Met Service personnel, you jumped in. Oh, so that's who you are. I thought it was our Caribbean health professionals. Okay, I should have said Met Service stuff. This is not for you.
That's what I should have said.
That's what I should have said.
I realize it's probably us.
All right, so Med Service is very aware of this product, and as you go forward, trying to co-develop a product like this for yourselves here in Dominica, I think this product that I'm about to showcase will be a good template for you to look at, okay, as you go forward on your journey for a national health climatic bulletin.
Next.
Okay, so there's a lot of work to be done with regard to climate services for health in Dominica. Zilma told us a lot about the status of climate services for health. This is what the CLIMSA program and the intervention that we've brought to Dominica, working in collaboration with the Ministry of Health as well as the Dominica Met Service, will aim to address. We can't solve every problem with the project or the program, but one of the solutions that we want to bring to Dominica is a prototype somewhat in the likeness of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin, which is why I want to showcase this to you today. Now, let's start at the beginning. I remember I told you that I'm attached to the Caribbean Regional Climate Center. I told you that every month we work with, or I work with the climatologists, as well as the climatologists work with the National Met Services across the region, okay, to develop climate early warning information on a range of climate variables. And so here you see your resource pool of early warning information that is produced every month. We have climate monitoring products. This is information very much in the likeness of what Annie presented this morning, okay? Of course, we do that on a regional scale, okay, for variables like precipitation, temperature. Now, the Climate Outlook products, we update every month as well. And those Climate Outlook products are very much in the image and likeness of what Fernie would have presented to you this morning, okay? So we very much work with the Met Services to update these products every month, and we particularly are pleased to forecast on climate variables, but we also do a forecast on dust and air quality, for instance. So Saharan dust. This is something that CIMH also produces through that you will be able to access at this link here, dafc.cimh.edu.bb, a range of climate monitoring and climate outlook products. You can access through the link rcc.cimh.edu.bb. Okay, so I encourage you to go on to those two websites and you can get the regional level information. All right? Now, we saw the opportunity because we routinely monitor and forecast a range of climate variables, okay, that are important to human health outcomes, to collaborate with the health sector to tailor this information so that health practitioners can use it. And so what was particularly interesting for us to see was the result of this PAHO country survey on health and climate change that they did in 2017. And what do we see here? What we see is that Caribbean countries rated the following topics as extremely important or important for climate change and health agenda. And the text here show that Caribbean health professionals wanted early warning information on vector-borne diseases, weather and emergencies, food security and safety. Of course, that has implications for human nutrition, waterborne diseases, non-communicable diseases, air pollution, allergies, heat-related illnesses. These are all areas where CIMH was already doing operational work through our suite of climate early warning information as well as dust and air quality information. And so we saw a huge opportunity to partner with our regional agencies, CARFA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, as well as PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, to co-develop a new health climate early warning information product. And you see that that partnership was made possible at the highest level. All right, these pictures show you Dr. David Farrell, who I brought greetings from earlier this morning, signing a letter of agreement all the way back in, I believe, 2017 with Dr. James Hospitalis of CARFA. As the health professionals in the room may know, this was a long time ago because we've had 2 new heads of CARFA since that time, okay? But all that time ago, we brokered this relationship and we brokered it again with the incoming head after the departure of Dr. Hospitalis, Dr. Joyce and John. And we will broker a new LOA or letter of agreement, which is interinstitutional, okay, as you know, to continue working on this type of work with the Caribbean Public Health Agency at the end of this year, 2025, for collaboration going into 2026 and onwards. Okay, it's usually a 3-year agreement. So at the highest level, commitment seriously. We take this partnership seriously. And this is the fruit of the partnership, okay? One of the fruits, because we are doing, for instance, Saharan dust and its linkage or its influence on respiratory illness, okay? But this is what I want to highlight to you today, the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin, which we believe is the premier climate smart tool for health practitioners right here in the region. Our first issue of the Caribbean HCB, which is what we call it for short, was delivered, or I should say co-developed and co-delivered in May 2017. And so since that time, this would be about 8 years of partnership, all right, with the delivery of the March, April, May 2025 issue of the Caribbean HCB. And I think that would put us at about 34 issues in, okay? So for 34 issues, CIMH, CARFA, and PAHO have consistently come to the table to collaborate and to co-author this regional early warning information product for Caribbean health practitioners. So that's what you see here. What does the Caribbean HCB do? It helps health professionals identify and prepare health interventions for favorable or inclement climate conditions in the Caribbean. The information that these health practitioners find in the Caribbean HCB can guide strategic and operational decisions related to health interventions and the management of healthcare systems. These are the 5 health categories under which the Caribbean HCB messages out. Okay? So, what we do is joint health climate risk messaging. All right? And why does it have to be joint, you think? Why does it have to be joint? Ministry of Health. I like it. To give a holistic view of what upcoming climate conditions can mean in terms of human health implications. Yes, I like it. It also gives credibility to the information, right? Because CIMH, or the National Met Service, okay, which is our representative at the ground level here in Dominica and many other Caribbean countries and territories, are not health experts, are we? We are climate early warning experts. So who knows best what's the implication of climate conditions like excessive heat, like excessive rainfall on human health? Isn't it your national health practitioners, whether that be doctors, nurses, epidemiologists, psychiatrists, that have some sort of linkage with your Ministry of Health? Yeah, of course. And so the Ministry of Health or health practitioners are not climate early warning specialists, so they need us. So we need each other, right? And we need to then bring our expertise jointly to the table to jointly co-develop these very robust joint messages on what are the health implications of climate in the coming 3 months, okay? So it offers a holistic view. It also offers credibility to the process. And what's the other thing you could think of? It's something I think of because I'm a part of the process, and for me it makes it easier when you have many hands. Right. It's lighter work, isn't it? Yeah? It's lighter work. Not only that, going back to the credibility point, if a health professional here in Dominica or any other Caribbean country is getting health implications or information from the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, isn't it a little less credible than if they were to get it from CAFA or PAHO? So if they're giving you information on health climate early warning implications, you're more likely to trust what they say, yeah, than if CIMH came in and tried to give you that same information, right? So for all these reasons, it's best to jointly climate messages. And it's not just for health. We're talking about health in depth today, but we would have this model replicated. We would advise, we would advocate for that type of co-development model to be replicated that DMS is serving. Okay, I think it's 5 other sectors as well, at the very least, if not more. All right, and so this is a model that we advocate for Met services to implement, operationalize going forward as they work more closely, more fully serving climate sensitive sectors in any Caribbean country. All right, so getting back to the content of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin, what are the 5 thematic areas, colleagues, that you find health climatic implications for in that bulletin? Do you remember what I said? Vector-borne diseases would be one. What's the second one? What? Yeah, who was paying attention? Yeah, if you're looking at the board, you're paying attention, right? Come on, guys. What's the second one? Gastrointestinal illness. Third. Non-communicable diseases. Fourth. Sorry? Well-being and mental health. And fifth, vector-borne diseases. This was a very easy open book test. And I'm very happy to say you all passed. All right, you're all A students. So congratulations. So yes, these are the 5 health thematic areas that we message out on with our colleagues at CAFA and PAHO every single issue of the Caribbean HCB. Okay? Now, you can access the Caribbean HCB on the RCC website, which is what, I'm representing the RCC, so I'm advertising, our link. But both PAHO and CAFA also have the Caribbean HCB every single issue, and the latest issue was for the period June, July, August. It's already out. Okay, we released it last week. All right, it's already out, and depending on what sector you're coming from, if you're already in the health sector, you probably are already getting, well, it seems not, so let me take that back. But you should be able to get access to the Caribbean HCB on the CAFA and PAHO websites. Okay, if you're coming from other sectors and you don't really look at CAFA and PAHO's website, you can come to the Caribbean RCC website and you will see the Caribbean HCB, the latest issues, as well as all the archive issues available for you to consult. Okay? So I encourage you to visit our website and get that information. Now, here's what we know about what health practitioners in the region think about the value of the Caribbean HCB. This is research that we did over a 3-month period, September, October, November, way back in 2022. I believe it was research we did across 17 countries, and we had about over 30, like in the mid-30s, actually it was 38 health professionals from a variety of backgrounds, okay, doctors, nurses, epidemiologists, etc., vector control or environmental health colleagues, etc., that, had a look at what we were offering in the Caribbean HCB and gave us their feedback. And in general, what they said is that it was an excellent document. But let's get into it in terms of specific comments. So, one person said, it's an excellent idea, an excellent document. It's a very good resource. It seems like a one-stop shop in a sense, with many different avenues of information that are packaged in this bulletin. And yes, what are the different avenues of information that they're referring to? What are the thematic areas? Vector-borne, mental health and wellness, gastrointestinal illness, non-communicable diseases, respiratory illness. Yes, paying attention. I love it. Okay, I think it has some good information which we can use, said another health professional, from the surveillance perspective on putting out information on dengue and dengue awareness. All right, so we got some good feedback on the Caribbean HCB. Of course, it's always good for the HCB team to get this type of feedback, because it's an encouragement. But we're realistic, we embrace the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so whatever the situation is, we are honest with ourselves and we try to improve going forward. Okay, but in this instance, we did get some very good feedback. All right, I want to talk about the co-production of the Caribbean HCB. All right, and I want to talk about this a bit in depth because, of course, what we're seeking to do here through this forum is to find a way, a pathway, for the Dominica Met Service to collaborate with the Ministry of Health. Now, they're already doing that. All right, what you will see showcased at today's meeting is a prototype for a standalone national health climatic bulletin. So this is an excellent effort being put forth by both the Dominica Met Service and the Ministry of Health here in Dominica. Why do I say that? Well, as I will showcase, we have supported a handful of countries to do messaging about the implications of climate conditions on sector outcomes, okay? Including the health sector. So many Met services, and maybe I should go, oh, I've really jumped ahead. Many not many, but a handful of Met services have what you call national climate bulletins, okay? Now, these bulletins usually have about 3 sections. It have a section on monitoring, kind of like the setup for the presentation today. On climate monitoring, climate forecast would be the second section, and then the sectoral implications would be the third section in their national climate bulletin. And in the sectoral implications subsection, Met services, as far as possible, would try to message out for the sectors that they feel capable messaging out for. That's usually based on the sectoral bulletins that the Caribbean RCC already produces in collaboration with our regional partners. So it's not just our regional partners at CAFA and PAHO, which we work with for health, but we also work with CARDI, for instance, on a Caribbean agroclimatic bulletin. Anybody know about that bulletin? Anybody here from agriculture? Yes? Great, great, great. You know about CARDI though? Yeah? So we co-author. We have the same process happening with CARDI on the Caribbean agroclimatic bulletin. The same process happening for tourism with the Caribbean Tourism Climatic Bulletin, and we work with which organizations? The Caribbean Tourism Organization as well as the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association. So usually Met Services, if they're not already collaborating, you know, with their sectors on joint messaging, would look at those 3 bulletins and then try to downscale the messages nationally. What Dominica has already done, and you probably know about Dominica's National Climate Bulletin, as you can see here, was already messaging for water, for agriculture, which one is this? Tourism and health. So you see the match, yeah? What they're trying to do now is to pull this out into a standalone 3-page document. What was about 5 bullets, okay? I guess 3 to 5 bullets, it would vary depending on the publication. They're trying to pull this out, this little subsection out into a 3-page bulletin offering Dominica health professionals much more information on what are the potential implications of upcoming seasonal climate on health operations and human health. Okay? This is very outstanding work. Why? Because Dominica, if you are successful, you will be successful. You will be the first Caribbean country that has attempted to do this. Okay? So in advance, I want to congratulate you. Because it is a stellar effort that you are, and a stellar journey that you are about to embark on. All right? But let me get back. So let's talk about co-production. Let's be real. Let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. All right? Let's be real. We want to do something, but we may not understand what it really means to do it. Okay? So for us, let me give you the experience at the regional level. You see the co-authorship team. How big was it? The Caribbean HCB team. How big was it? It was big. It's about 7 or 8 of us. Right? What I told you about many hands? Okay. So that is why the team big. Okay? Now, it is what's the time step we produced this bulletin on? The Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. Who was paying attention to me earlier? Open book test. It's on the screen. Huh? 4 issues a year. It's a quarterly bulletin. 4 issues a year. What are the periods that we produce the bulletin for? What's mom? Perfect. Wow. Love it. JJA.
June, July, August.
Perfect. S-O-N.
September, October, November.
DJF.
February.
Like you're a meteorologist in here. Love it. Okay, so it's 4 issues a year. It's a quarterly. So just 4 times a year we have to do this. But the team's still big. Right? There's a reason for that. Okay, bandwidth. Everybody has bandwidth issues. And it's not just at the national level, it's at the regional level and vice versa. Okay? Now, passion is there. We're technocrats. We love what we do. Okay? I know that. Working at the regional level with my colleagues, I know that. Working with national level colleagues. We're all passionate about what we do. We're technocrats. We love it. We love serving our countries and our people. Okay? But sometimes it's a lot of work. And what happens? How you solve that? Many hands make lighter work. Okay? The other thing that helps a lot is that the time step is not monthly, it is quarterly. So it means you're not producing 12 issues a year, you're only producing 4. So that helps a lot. Okay? So you're on the right track already. If the Dominica Health Climatic Bulletin is going to be quarterly, which I understand that is what has been discussed and perhaps already brokered, you're on the right track there. At least in my opinion and experience. Okay? Excuse me. So in terms of the logistics of producing the Caribbean HCB, we get together. We're all in different countries, by the way. Okay, CAFA is in Trinidad. Where's Bajo headquartered? Barbados. And CIMH? Barbados. But of course not at the same sites. So we get together, we schedule across our team the competing demands, competing schedules, we schedule a date and time. We have what was a Skype call, now it's Microsoft Teams, and we use Google Docs. Okay, so that there is collaborative real-time editing. Okay, that's happening. Now, when we first started this process, a co-authorship meeting could last easily 2 hours, but maxing out at 2 hours. Now, we get it done in an average of an hour. Okay? Because when you first start to, you know how it is. Takes a little longer. Yeah, but once you establish a rhythm and experience, expertise, things get better. It's another principle in life, right? But I don't know if we have something like a saying for that. Like how we say many hands make lighter work. What we say in terms of like you're catching your speed, your pace. Your what? We have a saying for that? Okay. Practice makes perfect. Good practice makes more perfect. I don't know. Yeah, but practice makes perfect. That's a good one. All right. So now, tops will spend about an hour authoring. And colleagues, can you imagine just with the investment of an hour from professionals across these 3 organizations, you're putting out a product that is tailored to Caribbean health, that's giving health practitioners across many countries. We serve 16 member states, CAFA and PAHO even more. Okay? But you're providing information that can possibly touch the practices of hundreds of Caribbean professionals, all right, from a variety of different backgrounds, and then millions of Caribbean people were being served by these health practitioners across the region. Okay, with the investment of 1 hour. From me, from Cedric at CIMH, from Dr. Laurelie Budram at CAFA, Mr. Rajesh Raghu at CAFA, Mr. Shane Curtin at CAFA, Dr. Karen Polson Edwards at PAHO, and now Dr. Miriam Allen at PAHO. An investment of 1 hour can make that much impact. Okay? And so this is what I would advocate for as well. This is how I would advocate that the Dominica Met Service and the Dominica Ministry of Health professionals, colleagues, look at, the value of this effort. All right? It might be a little longer in the beginning, but practice makes perfect. Many hands make lighter work. All right? Keep going. And you can potentially impact, I don't know how many health professionals there are in Dominica, maybe hundreds, but it's a population of 72,000 plus.
69.
69?
No, it's 60 something now. Yeah, I can remember 60.
I rely on
69 or 67.
my.
It's not 70 anymore.
Where the other three gone? Anyway, I rely on your expertise there, okay? But several thousands, tens of thousands of people, okay, can lead better lives when it comes to respiratory health, when it comes to vector-borne, protecting themselves against vector-borne diseases, protecting themselves against NCDs, okay, mental health and well-being, etc. Okay? So this is what I would advocate for. This is how I'd like you to look at it. So I think I went through most of these here. Just to say, I think this is where I'm at now. So after the hour, so that we meet, we then distribute the draft text across our organizations for further review, by colleagues that were not in the meeting. All right. In the case of COFA, that draft goes to the highest level sometimes. I've received feedback from Dr. Joyce and John herself. Okay. And other heads of department. Okay. Making sure that the messaging is correct or is appropriate. Appropriate in terms of, the right type of messaging. Messages that don't raise alarm or whatnot. Because, some of these messages could be sensitive. Yeah, for tourism, let's be real.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah? And so, depending on the, I suppose, risk appetite of the health community, those messages might be tweaked a bit, no?
Yes.
Okay. And so, we give the space for that to happen. We usually need to give COFA about a week to get back to us with their edits and comments. We integrate those edits and comments, and then we finalize the bulletin and release it across our individual organizational platforms, including our website, but social media as well. All right? So that's how our process works. Yeah, and so the key message that I want to emphasize going forward is that you can reach much further than you can reach alone through partnerships. All right, partnerships are key. Many hands make light work. And if you have not just consensus at the technical level, but you have buy-in at the highest level, okay, by heads of organizations, in the case of health, the CMO, Minister of Health, let them know what you want to do. Let them get give the okay. I see the Honorable Mr. Edwards was here. All right, so it seems like you're already on the right track. All right, this is commendable. We commend and congratulate Dominica for going in this direction. The PS was also here, representing Ministry of National Security on behalf of the Met Service. Again, we're going in the right direction. At the highest levels is buy-in. This is what you will need going forward. Right, so when we survey so we're having a lot of success at the regional level, okay? And I'll tell you a very interesting story is that the story of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin, the partnership across COFA, PAHO, and CIMH was showcased actually at the international level, believe it or not, in 2023, Okay, WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, authored in partnership with its partners at the global and regional levels, the Climate Services report. Okay, it's an assessment of climate services across the globe. And one of the case studies in there for 2023, which focused on the health sector, okay, was the Caribbean story. Okay, about the partnership across Kafapaho, CIMH, and what they're doing for or on the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. I have been personally or professionally invited to many regional forums, meetings to showcase what we do with the Caribbean HCB. All right, because, and this is not me saying it, it's what I've experienced in many regions of the world, many countries of the world, you don't see this type of thing happening. Okay, again, this is why what's happening here in Dominica with you starting a journey for a national standalone health climatic bulletin, it's a very special thing. Okay, and I have this slide showing that it's a very special thing. Why? Because we did research in about 2017 across 22 countries. Okay, the results showed that specialized climate information for the health sector was quite low. How much do you think this is?
Two something in our countries.
It's one.
One.
I wish it was two. It's one.
Wow.
Okay? Now that has increased since, right? But again, it's just a handful of countries. And as I show with this slide, yeah, it's just like a sliver of information that health would have been getting in the larger national climate bulletin, right? So the countries that we helped, particularly from about 2018 to 2021 through the pilot program, PPCR, pilot program for climate resilience with the Eastern Caribbean countries, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, Grenada, and they were successful in either upgrading their national climate bulletins or delivering a completely new product in the form of a national climate bulletin. And the template that we always, advocated for was climate monitoring information, climate forecast information. Many Met services would stop right there, right? Because they don't feel that they're experts on the sectors. And it was very difficult to get the sectors to work with them. But as we advance in time, this is getting better, and we see an excellent case study here in Dominica. All right? Where you will have a very close collaboration between the Met Service and the Ministry of Health going forward. Not just on the National Climate Bulletin, but on larger research, which is what Zilma was showcasing with one of her responses earlier this morning. Okay? So, it will be a very special thing. Okay, you can always consult what we message out at the regional level across CIMH, CAF and PAHO in the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin if you feel like you need some extra support. Okay, there's always our product that, we try to get out by the first week of the new quarterly period. Okay, and you can always reach out as well to CIMH, CAF and PAHO for technical support, mentorship. If you would like to go in that direction, our doors are open. Okay? Especially for the first few issues. All right? But if you feel you don't need that, that's fine too. All right? So, very special what's happening here in Dominica. My last question is, how can we catalyze the development of health climate communication products? I don't think I need to ask that question for here actually, because we are already on the journey. I do want to ask this question of health stakeholders. How often do you work with Med Service colleagues?
It depends on where you are in the health.
You want to jump into Mentimeter? So just health stakeholders.
Yes, we want to see.
Let's see. And then I ask Matt next. So Matt, you don't get away. You wait your turn now. Okay, maybe we want some responses on the mic then. I thought It's nice. During hurricane season. What do you do during hurricane season? Nothing.
They call for information, they organize meeting, they advise, we go to the meeting.
Well, FNL study, they call for the information and we give it to them.
What information that you give to them?
Sometimes they organize, they have NEPO meeting as well.
Sorry.
So we have our NEPO forms, they always call for it before the meeting. So we send it to our supervisors who bring it to the meeting to discuss what has happened, how many generators do we have, how many water tanks do we have. These kinds of information they ask us. What we have organized, hurricane shelters, are they in order? Staff reassignment plan. These kinds of information. During the hurricane season, that's the only time we really interact with them.
If you come Is that it from my colleagues? Thanks so much. That was rich. That was very insightful. So what would your final answer be? How often do you work with Met Service colleagues? Is it never? Rarely. Okay. Final answer, rarely.
It depends on where you are.
A more nuanced answers on this side of the room. Let's get it. Zilma.
I was just saying it depends on where you are in the Ministry of Health, because environmental health we would have worked closer with the Met Services because we need data in terms of precipitation and temperature and things like that. So again, it depends on what department you're in.
Okay, great. All right, so for environmental health, you probably on where would you be on the scale? You're not really. Where would you be?
Often.
You would be often.
Well, I'll even know more often. I feel like I
not quite always. I need to put in a new category more often. No? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Zilma. Thank you for that very interesting nuance. It's very true. We have Doctor. Hold on, Doc.
No, based on our response. So, based on what department you are in the Ministry of Health, we still have this called gaps in between. You guys work closely with the Met officers, but we in the health perspective, we hardly get any information from them. So it's like there is no connection. So we just have to listen to the information on the radio. This storm is coming. The NEPO officers, disaster activity, and that is it. So there is a lot of loops or gaps in between for us to be able to integrate information.
That's what I said earlier.
I am so glad that you share that perspective, because this is exactly what we're trying to solve going forward now with this tailored and targeted climate early warning information product that is for the health sector, that is co-authored by health colleagues and med colleagues. And what that does is it starts to establish, if it's not already there, all right, so some of you said you really work with Met. Environmental health is saying sometimes they work with health. So there is a connection already, but clearly that connection needs to be strengthened. And so with this initiative, that is exactly what we aim to do, though. Okay? All right, so we're on the right track still. Okay. Met colleagues, what's your answer? How often do you work with Ministry of Health colleagues? I'm not missing out anybody.
For me personally, at the climate department,
Well, it went from like sometimes to now a little bit more often now. But we hope that it can come to always. Yes.
Wow. Wow, Annie. Very ambitious. Always.
Yeah, but if we are going to be
Always.
producing a bulletin together, I mean,
Exactly.
we have to make...
Okay. Listen, I said, wow, you're very ambitious. You didn't give me a chance to say, I love ambition. Okay? So yes, please, go for it. Go for it. Let's see how far we can go. Okay? Any other thoughts from our Met colleagues?
Well, from the forecasting department, we communicate with all sectors, because we provide the information in terms of forecasting of rainfall events and so on, which would be for all the sectors. But I mentioned earlier in my presentation that you could get information on our website by going to the website and going to the climate information section and scrolling down where you can see the newsletters and you can get information there. Okay, but generally the forecasting department put out information for all sectors, but we don't work directly with the department.
All right, thank you very much, Marshall. All right, colleagues, thank you so much for your attention. I want to, make another plug for you visiting the Caribbean RCC's website. We have a rich array of information on climate at that site, but you will also get your sectoral gems, the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin, the Caribbean Agroclimatic Bulletin, the Caribbean Tourism Climatic Bulletin, all right, as well as other research papers, etc., on, actual research that we're doing to underpin some of these products and make them even more robust, targeted, and tailored. Okay, so I encourage you to visit our website, rcc.cimh.edu.bb, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. For that presentation, for sharing your experience and your system and procedure, things, how you work with your partners and how you create the Caribbean Health Climate Bulletin. As she said, you have to value joint effort and it can be very impactful. Just 1 hour, Annie? 1 hour, Zilma?
Hopefully.
Okay. Now we're going to narrow focus a bit and we're going to focus on Dominica Climate Health Bulletin. And again from CIMH, we have Dr. Wazita Scott, who will be just presenting an outline of the development of the Dominica Health Climate Bulletin. Dr. Scott?
Thank you, Farah. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon.
So we've heard of the success story at the regional level from my colleague, Dr. Mahan, and what a wonderful job they've been doing, and how great things are going, and the usefulness of the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. Now, one of the activities under the CIMH Caribbean program is to transfer this success story at the regional level to the national level for Dominica in producing a national climate and health bulletin, or I should say product in the form of a bulletin for Dominica. So I am the climatologist on the CIMH Caribbean program, and my task is to support this journey in the development, lending the support to the Dominica team, which it consists of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services, and the Dominica Meteorological Service. So, towards the development of the bulletin, how it all started. It started with conversations were initiated with the head focal point for climate and health in Dominica, Mrs. Zilma Charles DeRoe. Wonderful. As well as the climate section of Dominica Met Services. So you would have heard her said she got WhatsApp messages. I was on emails. I was through emails getting the discussion started with everyone. But these points included the availability of the human resources to co-produce this bulletin, very important. The frequency with which the bulletin can be co-produced and disseminated, and the necessary support and resources required for the continued development and delivery of this bulletin. So, Mrs. Charles Duro, she went away, had conversations, and she came back with approval granted. And here's when my adrenaline started pumping, my excitement started going. Yes, I was very excited to hear that the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services, granted approval to proceed with the development of the Climate and Health Bulletin. And a team was assigned for the co-design, co-development of this bulletin, which will consist of the epidemiologist or assigned staff from the unit, the communication officer from the Ministry of Health, and the health promotion unit, all important players. So, what we heard before, many hands make light work, collaboration. So, to co-produce this bulletin, collaboration will be done with, as I said, the epidemiologist, the assigned staff from the unit, the communication officer, the health promotion unit, along with the head focal point for climate and health, the DOMINICA'S service, the CIMH social scientists, my colleague, Mrs. Tracy Marshall, myself as the CIMH climatologist, and we also have the IT specialist from CIMH to help lend some technical support there. So, in progress, we met, we discussed, we reviewed the guidelines for the development of a national bulletin. That's actually guidelines following from the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. We also reviewed the elements to be contained within the bulletin and the inclusion of the logos, representation coming from the health and from the Met. We reviewed the design. So as you see, it was ticked off. And we had the reviewing the design, considering the best way the general public or the professionals in Dominica perceive the information. We also looking at the bulletin will initially be distributed in a PDF form while a website is being delivered. And one of the other things that came out from the approval is to continue ongoing research with the shared data between climate and health to help further improve the forecast for future bulletin. So you would have heard earlier from Mrs. Charles Deroux about a research needed for more health information, and an agreement was also we agreed also to produce the bulletin on a quarterly basis, 4 times a year, to run concurrently with the Caribbean Health Climatic Bulletin. And you remember those 4 periods: June to August, September to November, December to February, March to May. Just 4 times a year. All these hands come together, X amount of time to produce this. So with this, I will ask my wonderful colleague who I have worked together with for past how many months? 2?
Just about
2 months. We were, getting it dry. I told you my excitement. So emails were sending to present the prototype of the Dominica Health Climatic Bulletin. So it will now be presented by the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Climate and Social Services. Thank you.
All right. I love the excitement, I love the energy, because it didn't start that way. I can tell you. It definitely did not start with all this excitement and energy. It was like, what? More work and all this work? But we're quite happy that we've gotten thus far. And I'm committing our ministry to doing this because I think it's something very important. We can do it. And as you heard, eventually it will just be 1 hour. So the 2 and 3 hours we spent before, that will be reduced, maybe half an hour. Who knows? Because we'll become so good at it that we won't have to spend too much time. So you've been given a copy. This is a prototype that we've developed. It is not the final product. Please let me remind you, it is not the final product. It is just a simulation exercise to show you what we are producing. So there is a lot more work that needs to be done. So this is the front page. And this will tell you a little more about the climatic implications. So at the front, we speak a lot about the weather implications. And to the back, we move towards the health implications, giving the warnings and advisories, informing persons what they should not do, what they should expect, what they should not expect, and how to react while our climate continues to do what it does, because there's no stopping. It's going to happen. How do we respond is what's important. And this is why we felt it's important to put out this bulletin. So I must say thank you very much to the working team, Dr. Scott, Annie. Of course, I would harass Annie even when she's on her day off. I say, okay, Annie, I will call you one more time. It happens. We travel in and we have a phone because we have to get the work done. And of course, the folks at the Ministry of Health, Sheena had to step out, and Sheena and Dr. John Christian have been very instrumental in assisting. Dr. Ahmed and the Health Promotion Department also lending their support. But as I said, it is not a complete document, and we request and require your feedback to make it better as we move forward, including the health messaging, because we know we have doctors and nurses who have, or even our environmental health officers, they too can also provide more information. So we'll be more than happy to receive feedback to better this product before it is released, and we'll continue to request your feedback moving forward. So thank you. We hope that you have a look at it. Please look at it with your critical eyes. Don't worry about how we feel. We're okay. We'll be able to manage. We want it to be as good as it is. When you pick it up, you're happy, you're satisfied with what you see, and we want to ensure that the general public as well can also get something out of this product. So, happy viewing. Please give us your feedback. There are some email addresses at the back. There are phone numbers as well. If you do not want to let us know who you are, you can do it anonymously. That's fine. Yes, Annie? Okay. So I was just being told in our group session this afternoon, we also look at the newsletter and give some feedback as well. So while you're having your lunch or after your lunch, you can also look at it and note your points. Please be open and feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Daru. Yes, indeed, that is very exciting, and I can't wait to go through the bulletin. At this point, I believe we will have a some form of feedback exercise, and that again will be held by one of the personnel from CIMH, Miss Tracy Marshall.
Thank you very much. Now I know you've just received the bulletin, so we'll give you if you want 5-10 more minutes to have a gloss through. So what we wanted to do is just ask you a couple questions based on because it's prototype. So we want to improve on it. So we have at least 11 questions. We'll do the QR code to get your feedback on the layout, the imaging. I know the language might be a little bit, I guess if you have enough time to read through all of it to get feedback on if the language is appropriate, if it's going to achieve its target. So let me know if you want 5 more minutes or so to go through. Yeah.
My question, they say no question is a dumb question. Who is the bulletin directed to? Because that would make a difference into what my comment would be. Is it directed to other professionals like myself, or is it directed to people in the public who may not have, so much of a, you understand what I mean? That's my question.
Yeah, perfect. That's spot on.
Wonderful.
Right, so that is something that is still, I would say, pretty much. Oh, sorry. Okay. That is something that is still up in the air right now. Are we going to focus generally, and the Met and Health could come in at any point, if it's going to be targeted just to the professionals within the health sector, or if we're going to strike a balance that it's going to be targeted at professionals and the general public. So that's still to be confirmed.
So I believe that the plan would be to do this bulletin and have it circulated on the social media and all over the place. And that is for the general public. Everybody gets it. So, yes.
Okay, so everyone has scanned the QR code? Yes. Right, okay. Before we go on to the first one of the things I want you to bear in mind, and as Annie would have just mentioned, we are no longer, okay. You have another question?
No, I wanted to ask a question before when you talked about review, to review it. But then the question, it was really answered in a way. But I love the print, the size. The coloring I'm somewhat worried about. If you have too many colors, then you might be, I don't know if it's going to be distractive, but on the other side where you have that like a yellow on the low health risk, it's not that visible, so we have to bear that in mind. Some of the coloring might not be so visible, the lettering. So let us bear that in mind. And for where you have the images, maybe it would be good if we have a little caption under each image. I'm not sure, although it does say something there. So for example, increasing vector-borne diseases, and you can see those things. But for some people who may not be so aware, maybe if each of these little images there could have a little caption under it, it will maybe bring out the message better. Thank you.
Thank you for getting the ball rolling there. So I will go with the, yes, sorry. Okay.
I wanted to know, is it being considered for persons who have different nationals? Will the bulletin also cater to them? Like the Haitian national or the Spanish national? Because in our setting, we have all of these people.
So that wasn't thought of. It's for Dominica. Okay.
I think this will have to get a response from the health. One moment.
To be honest, I think we should focus on this English version first, because it is very, very time consuming and costly. That we're not going to print it. We will disseminate it via social media and other platforms because we don't have the budget. And you know better than us, right? But we would have to get somebody with the Creole expertise or the Chinese expertise or to do the translation. So we can explore, but we cannot promise at this moment. So we will focus on this, but I can still explore. We never know. And hopefully, if they have questions today, they'll come and ask us. We try to accommodate, all persons, but it's kind of difficult. Okay, but I'm still saying we'll try.
If you send it in English, if you send that via social media, they can just put Google Translate, and it will translate everything in their language.
Just a note, I believe you would have noted on the back there are colors that correspond to the level of risk, health risk. Wonderful. Yes, that's why the colors are there. Yes, please.
Fine for the health recap. I mean, we had an open book exam at Quebec, right? 2 of them. And 4 listed. I think the mental health part is not included. So I was curious.
Thank you for that feedback. It's a prototype. No, it's the recap. The recap. Right.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a recap. Oh, you needed it. You didn't. Oh, okay. But I thought you wanted it in the recap as well, but that's fine.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So thank you for that feedback. It's a prototype. We love this. Hey, I love this feedback. I tell you, I was excited. I'm excited, right? And this is why collaboration is needed with the health sector to get that information in. Right? We need that buy-in. We need many hands to make our work light. Not our, sorry, the Dominica team.
Do have a psychological effect.
Wonderful. All right. Any more questions?
It's not really a question, but just a suggestion. And I'm hoping that Zilma doesn't say it's too much work. But I'm thinking that there should be an audio version to this as well.
I'll start doing it for you. Just put it yourself.
I think that will also go with she's requesting the Creole, Spanish audio. You might do one for the visual impaired as well.
You can do the Kokoy. You can do the Kokoy version.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, will that be the extent of the document, or will it over time will it evolve and become bigger? Or it will always be a 2-side, 1 page?
The aim is to make it, the aim is to make it, to keep it at 2 page, to limit printing, to limit too many pages to read. You know, as time go by, our attention span kind of decrease. We don't like reading, we just watch TikTok, 5 seconds. Keep it simple, keep it pushing, just get the main key points in and get it out. Yes. Wonderful. Any other questions? This is great feedback, by the way. I love it. And this is exactly what we want. And you guys have already gone ahead with it. This is great. Oh, one more.
Okay, to support the audio version of it for the older persons who may not be interested in reading or cannot read, maybe a time slot can be obtained on one of the radio stations and it can be played at various times so that persons who are not able to read or do not read can also hear it as well.
Wonderful. And for my knowledge, may I ask which agency you with?
Ministry of Health.
It's not on the radio. I thought you were with the radio station. Okay. Oh, okay. Wonderful. All right. Thank you, everyone. So, any other question? I guess at this point you would have, yes.
I just need to ask, when this bulletin will be produced, I mean, where will the information come from? Will it be from environmental health only, or where will the information for the bulletin come from?
It will come from the promotion, the epidemiologies, and then the third one is on the screen. Environmental health.
But then what about the people on the ground? That's what I'm asking. Huh? They are on the ground.
Once again, it's Dominica, right? The Dominica team. You have the nationals working on the bulletin. I'm just facilitating along with my colleague, but the information comes from the Ministry of the Health, Wellness and Social Services, all those weeks are working with them, and the Dominica.
Health promotion, epidemiologists, and then the communication specialists. Environmental.
Thank you.
It's a very nice bulletin. That's my first comment. I understand why the CHN would ask that question, and PHN, the public health nurse. I understand why she would ask that question, because I'm reading, for example, the area where it says for non-communicable diseases, and it says nothing about people taking their medication. That would be the first thing that we would recommend as doctors. You understand? And as the people on the ground actually working with these clients, we are more aware of the challenges that we face treating them. One of the things is non-compliance. And while it is true that this document is tailored towards environmental health and health, it's missing one of the key points. So I think the three collaborators which is the communication specialist and the epidemiologist, that one, and the environmental health people, while they are very, very important, but I think we also are important, those of us who are on the ground. We should actually give help into giving persons information as to how to help each other in primary healthcare, thank you, to deal with those issues. So I think that's what our PHN wanted to draw attention to.
Thank you. So a team was assigned, right? But this is why feedback is needed, and it would be great to have PHM, Public Health Ministry. No, sorry. Yes. Can, if it's permitted, to join the team and add your knowledge for that particular category that you find missing. And what's important is that the bulletin needs to be tailored for Dominica, the public, the professionals, for Dominica. Yeah? So as you read, also think about that. Is it too vague? Is it too broad? How can we make it more important, for Dominica?
While I take Doctor's point, I also want to also remind us that we're doing climate and health. So we need to stick to that. We're not dealing with health in terms of your management. We're dealing with climate and health. So in that case, when you said we missed the section about medicine, we're basically talking about heat. How the heat can affect a person with non-communicable disease. I mean, we understand the point, and we will not be able to put in all the information. But what we were specifically looking at is how the heat is going to affect that individual. So you have to take more water, stay in cool places, wear light clothes, things like that. But I understand your point.
Okay, now that everybody has scanned the QR code, we'll start off with the first question. Are you seeing this? Yeah. Okay, so you will start to ask some.
Previously told us scan something and what came
Oh, you didn't? Yeah. Okay, so scan the QR code. Right. So I'll give you another couple seconds. I think you will start to address a lot of these questions. So there is a longer question at the end where you could give all your input in terms of what you think could be added, what needs to be addressed to improve the bulletin. So just bear in mind, it's just the prototype. This is the first step, the first draft. So now you have all the stakeholders in the room. You get to provide that initial feedback on it so we can move on to further enhancing the prototype. Alright, so the first question, the information presented in the Health Climatic Bulletin is clear. I'm sorry. Okay. We still have a few more responses coming in.
Everyone getting through with the QR code? No?
I'll make the link available to persons afterwards that you can still go ahead and enter your responses. The bulletin effectively communicated the climate conditions for Dominica. Remember, Dr. Scott was saying we want to make sure that it meets your local context, that is for Dominica.
You're assuming that we have one
Yeah.
we understand.
Stand up, how do it? Stand up. Stand up. I'm fine now.
Okay, I just want to make a comment. For instance, on the at the front of the bulletin, there's a part saying heat-related fatigue. That part here, they're talking about what happened, but I think it would be important to include something like what you can do to prevent heat fatigue. You know, like you might give some advice on what you should do when you have high temperatures and so on. Although there might be a concerning space on the bulletin, but I think the precautionary measures should be highlighted as well in the bulletin.
We do hope that the information shared here today was helpful, and we hope that.
Well, I was referring specifically to the area which says about heat-related fatigue,
and to look forward to the climate bulletin
then you put some precautionary measures that will be taken.
Produced by the Dominica Med Service and also the Ministry of Health. Thank you. Bye.